Alright, hello everyone, welcome. I wanted to turn on the stream. I'm gonna turn on the game in just a second. I just want to put on the stream on here so I can see it, make sure it's working. Alright, let's do it. We're gonna continue our fun little... I have the North playthrough. It's been really fun. I've had a grand old time doing this. So we're gonna continue. Gotta adjust the sound hopefully. Here. Is it gonna pop up? No. Oh my god. There it is. I was like, it usually does it. It just takes a second, I suppose. I suppose we gotta turn up the sound too, because it sounds really quiet. Wow, does it... Wait, is it just my... Alright, I'm gonna turn it up for you guys. It's really quiet for me. I guess that's the difference between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is like super loud. Guild Wars 2 is really quiet. Alright, so last time we finished up with Ysura. We kind of, we got their help, right? We found all the people that we kind of had to find in order to create the Golem Foundry. And that was a great success, except for Vex's dad, Gad, dying. But other than that, everyone has kind of come together on the Asuran side, and they're ready to support us whenever needed. We then decided to journey to the Norn area, right? So the Asuran area being down here, we did a bunch of stuff there, right? And even over here. And then now we're doing the Norn stuff. So the Norn story has to do with the Norn Bear, right? And Svanir transforming into the Norn Bear. We learned a lot of stuff at the end of the last stream. There was like all this, you know, they're pretty much dropping the whole like backstory to it, right? Which talks about the Norn Bear being Svanir, Jorah's brother, and when they went on Drakar Lake, right above where the dragon is frozen, they they both were cursed in their own way. So he transformed into the Norn Bear pretty much the very first ice brood. I talked about that, right? Because he looks kind of like a corrupted ice brood from Guild Wars 2 with the way that he has these ice spikes coming out, right? And he's in his form. It's not quite the way that, because, you know, ice brood are usually completely iced over, right? And they're like these ice creatures pretty much. But with Svanir, it wasn't quite like that. So I guess he's like, because he's the first one out of this awakening cycle, right? Like Jormag is not awake even yet, right? So they're still slumbering up in the mountains. We talked about that a little bit. But yeah, so it kind of has this like introduction to the ice brood, right? Which is kind of cool for those that I guess never played Guild Wars 1 back in the day, right? Like, but being able to now go back and draw those connections and really say, yeah, he is like the first ice brood. And then Jorah was cursed to not be able to transform at all. And so that's kind of like, that's why she thinks this is all her burden. It's all her, because it's her family, it's her burden, right? And the Norn are very like, no, I have to do this on my own, right? This is like my job, my mission, my you know, my curse, my brother, it's my business, right? So she is very like stubborn and stuck on the idea that she has to do it alone, until we come here to Sifhala, and we with Sif we defeat we drive off to Norn Bear, and Jorah appears, and Sif is like, enough, you've been chasing the the Norn Bear around the mountains, but you haven't been doing anything, and he's just been killing people and ravaging homesteads and like doing all, like, it's time to ask for help, because you're just chasing him around, you're not actually capturing him, you're not actually doing anything. So Sif is like, we're gonna go out, because I know that his kind of his home, his nest, where he kind of hangs out at, is around here somewhere, right? And you guys can actually see Curse of the Norn Bear. We had actually we had that with the right here. So once we finish that, we get like a little banner, which is like an eye symbol, you know, for the Eye of the North. It's kind of there, right? So we had a couple of missions that we did here for the Asura. So we have our first one here with Curse of the Norn Bear, right? And that's where we are right now. Speak to Sif and Sifhala to begin the hunt. And that's what we have to do, because she just says it's enough. Like it's time to help. Like, you're not able to finish this on your own, which, you know, at this point you just need to accept. And yeah, we need to figure this out. So anyways, I hope you guys are doing okay. Yesterday's stream was super fun. I really liked the new challenge that we have. We did die one time, but we're kind of getting to the point. You know, we're back to the point where we were before, and yeah, it's a really good challenge. I'm having a really good time with it, and it is actually challenging. Like, when I like run away from the creatures or like freak out, this is not just for Cloud. This is not just like, oh, the streamer is overreacting kind of thing. Like, it's genuinely like, I don't want to die. I need to run away. Okay, like I can't, you know. So I'm like, oh my god, I gotta run away. So it's genuinely like difficult, and I like it. So but that was yesterday's stream. So we're doing today. I hope you guys are doing good. Let's get started.
Are you hunting something?
Sorry guys, I just ate something, and I guess it's like. I'm Civ, great hunter of the north, slayer of 10 dozen wolves, 3 scorebearer, and 1 vicious rabbit. Okay, so this is it, right? If you want the Norn to take you seriously, you name yourself Spearmaster Irali. Do as I've done, vanquish vicious beasts in the name of fame and glory. Oh, interesting. So this is one of these quests. Gives a ton of experience. So this is one of these quests that actually gives you move like a dwarf is one of the Norn abilities that you can get. Remember, we have different abilities that we can get throughout, like the, you know, we have these we have Ebon Vanguard right here. So I might do, you know what I might do like a little stream after we have, like, you know how I said I'm gonna do the intermission streams in between, like the whole Eye of the North thing. I think once I'm done with the Norn, I want to kind of do a like an intermission stream before we go to like doing the Ebon Vanguard, and then the last bit that comes after that. So it's like right in between the story, kind of, where I go out and get some of these abilities. Okay, like not necessarily any of the Ebon Vanguard ones, but you know, the Norn ones and the Asura ones. Like, once we're done with that, we can kind of explore in that area too, if you guys want to see those skills, because those skills are actually really good, and I feel like I'm missing out right now by not having them. They can be really good. The thing is, they're not quite good yet because my ranks in all of these things aren't super high. But with the Asura, you guys know, like we got up to level 3, which is pretty good. So yeah, we might look out. We'll do an intermission stream in the actual middle of the story too.
Who sent you?
I'm ready to face the Norn Bear. Yes, we are. All right, so let's go. All right. I don't know if there's is there dialogue? Okay. It says, join Zora and Sif, get the Wolven blessing, the Wolven blessing shrine, blessing from the shrine of the wolf spirit. Okay. There's a resurrection shrine. I guess there's no dialogue, but both Sif and Zora are here. So, and Sif says, the Norn Bear strikes hard and then vanishes. To catch him, we must invoke the power of the wolf spirit. Travel with me to the shrine of the wolf spirit and receive wolf's blessing. All right, so that's what we're doing right now. We need to we need the swiftness of wolf and the maybe the ability to smell Svanir too or something. But we have the corpse of the Norn commoners here, but there is a shrine of wolf here. Remember, in Guild Wars 1 they only had like 3 great spirits, and that was bear, wolf, and raven. Snow Leopard is not mentioned, I don't think, at all in Eye of the North, which makes it really funny that they revered as one of the great spirits. It's like, well, before, like 250 years ago, Snow Leopard was not that big, but maybe Snow Leopard became big like right after the story of Eye of the North or something. Maybe it showed itself right? Like as they were journeying to build hull bracket stuff, maybe maybe they showed themselves. Maybe the spirit was like, I am one of the 4 great ones. It's like, oh, okay, I guess we're gonna change our whole religion now to include a 4th one. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just rebuild all of our cities to include 4 shrines. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's funny how things like that work out, right? It kind of shows you that, like, when Eye of the North was created, that they had not quite figured out all of the things they wanted to do with the Norn, right? Including one other large spirit, right? Like, that's kind of crazy. It's also interesting, we're going to be seeing a character named Egil Fireteller, and I've made a video on him where he talks about the spirit of the wilds. The video is called like Other Spirits of the Wild or something like that on my channel. You can watch it, but it's super interesting because the idea exists that there's other spirits and they're not necessarily all friendly, right? Like the idea is, so we're here at Wolf Shrine, we have to prove ourselves, I think, I guess. I don't know, do we have to kill the wolves? That would be kind of weird. I'm gonna just try to attack the Jotun, and maybe the wolves are gonna be friendly after that? No, we gotta kill all of the things. We'll kill all the wolves and then receive the wolf spirit blessing. Alright, so we have a little insignia here, the wolf spirit, and we get the woven blessing, which I guess I'm gonna do over here. So Jura says, Wolf is pleased. The Shrine of the Wolf Spirit imbues you with its aura. This magic does not provide the physical prowess does not receive the physical prowess we receive from the Bear Spirit, but it will help in this hunt. Invoke the power and then follow your nose. So, meaning invoke the power, you take the aspect of the wolf, your energy returns to maximum, and you have -2 energy degeneration. You have +90 maximum health and +3 health regeneration. Wolf attacks replace your skills, so you gain energy every time you take or deal damage. This skill ends when your energy drops to 0. So, as you guys can see, this helps you for a little bit, but we actually have an ability called Bloodlust, and that tells me, whenever I use that, it tells me where the Norn Bear is. So I can I sniff him, right? So Warclaw has a new ability, sniffing around for treasure. We kind of have the same thing with the Wolven here. It's a shout, but the idea is that we're the Bloodlust tells us where Svanir is, right? So we kind of know exactly where he is, so I don't have to keep using it. But we have all these skills too, so we can actually use these wolf skills, right? Bam! And you see the wolf pop up. Take this. And I can transform to normal, losing all my energy. But I think I'm just gonna use the woven ability. That's kind of cool. So you have almost like a. I wish there was a physical change in what I look like when I do the woven blessing, right? But obviously they didn't do that. Sif can transform into the bear, right? That's the thing. When they take on the bear spirit, they do the same thing, right? They replace their bar with wolf with bear abilities. I really wish that we would physically look different. That would be really cool. Because you could almost play like a werewolf kind of thing, right? Where you're like, oh, I transformed from a human into a wolf. My God, I don't know where this comes from. Drink some water. Jotun are really annoying in I really. Ugh. Alright, do we have a healer in here? Is that what's happening? No, I don't think so. But I'm just gonna focus on one guy. If we can focus our attacks on one guy, we'll be okay. Ember is getting stronger too. She's level 11. She doesn't get any like mission XP, unfortunately, but she's doing really, really good. So we'll see how big she grows. And then we got a new teammate as well last time. I think we got a couple, right? We got Livia and Haida, both new team members, and they're doing pretty good. I think later on, I think the end of the thing is like right over here, I want to say. But I doubt he like appears. Like skip ahead. Oh, there's a resurrection shrine, I'll take that. Yeah, this is actually where you come to the very end of the mission, but we'll see that in a second. It kind of has you running around for a little bit until you actually get to where you need to go, kind of following him around. But yeah, we have Livia as a blood mage. I always thought that of her, like when I saw her, because she's like dressed in all red and she has red hair and stuff, and she studies the bloodstone. I always thought of her more of like a blood magic, like a blood magic user, you know, like a blood mage. Yeah, hey. Yeah, hey there. Which is kind of, blood mage wise, what I'm trying to do in Guild Wars 2 right now. I'm trying to have a new character. He's supposed to be kind of like a vampire, and I want him to kind of have that feel of a blood mage. So I'm trying to get like, I'm trying to kind of figure out what I'm doing with his build. Because he's all about, what's it called, like life siphon, life steal and stuff. And it's really cool because you get like a lot of survivability from life siphon, and if you do like everything life siphon, it's really good. I'm just trying to figure out like how to balance his build properly.
How can I help you?
Alright, so we have a big group here. We have some mandragores over there. Not fun. Not fun. I will mention in the middle here, I kind of hate doing it. I don't know. I'm trying to grow the channel, right? So I have to do the appropriate things in order to get to that point. And YouTube had this weird suggestion for me where they were like, well, you got to mention your memberships that you have those available. And that way you'll get more. So I'm going to just mention here, if you guys want to become members and support the channel, I would really appreciate it. Obviously, that's not necessary to do, but I would really appreciate it. You do get, we do have our own set of emotes. The more members I have, the more emotes can I put on there. I currently have, like, the emotes are all the little icons that I use on my thumbnails, all the little owls that we have on the thumbnails. So I have 40 of those. So I don't know what the maximum number is. I have come for you. Show yourself, brother. So no wonder somewhere around here. There he is. Attack. But yeah, I have about 40 of them, so we have up to 40 that I could add in there, okay? And so that's a lot of emotes. You also have badges that you get in chat when you're hanging out, and of course my appreciation, because I really do appreciate all the people that do subscribe or become members. Okay, so now we have to go back around to like the way early beginning where we were. Okay, which is super annoying. Oh, there was a... Oh my god. I didn't even need to go all the way around. You guys see that? There's actually a passage right here. I went all the way around for no reason. That was really stupid. I haven't done this mission in a long time. Oh, by the way, there is a cool animation. I just noticed that earlier. With the claws right here. You guys can kind of see they're like these green fangs that come out. Oh, I just got knocked down. Or stunned or dazed or something. Yeah, we can kind of show it here. He's like, bam, bam. There's like 2 that come in an X. Looks really cool. It's a great animation. I like all the chomping animations that they have in Guild Wars 2 and stuff. Unfortunately, they only have them for necromancers. I would really love to see them on like other things, right? Like I could see the warrior having something like that. I could see the ranger, like one of the pets, having that as an animation or something. I don't know. Yeah, I could have just come through here, like right where the split was. Whoopsie. That's okay. We gotta go down there anyways, so having already cleared that will be good. Alright, so we're following him. He's running around in this cave system. Face your fate, Svanir. Your treacherous blood must flow to cleanse our family. Alright. Let's attack him again. Oh, Ember died at some point in time. I didn't even revive her, I'm sorry. I didn't even notice that she was dead. I just saw, I'm like, where's my pet? Whoopsie, I'm sorry, Ember. If I see her on the way, I'm gonna get out of, actually, I'm gonna do it right now. Let's see if I don't have the revival. I should have really picked a different one, I guess. I can't even revive her now. Okay. Oh, that was dumb. Actually, okay. We know where it is, so this is the last spot that we have to go to, where I said that's the very last, the last time we see him is. I don't see Ember's dead body, like, anywhere. He must have died, like, way far away. Alright, let's go. He's right up here. Which is really funny, because it's right next to the Resurrection Shrine. Not that you would really die to Svanir. I mean, he's just, like, one guy. Like... And I don't think he's that strong, but look at him. We can get a good look at him here, but yeah, he's our first Ice Brute. It comes to this, brother. I have no choice. And swallow your pathetic excuses is what the Nornfair says, and your pity, sister. Your weakness will be your downfall. Druid says, forgive me, brother. This is for the best.
Hail, Lowlander.
The Norn Bear.
Stand aside. I must finish this.
Jorah, he's defeated.
He is my brother. He is my responsibility.
And they're all like, oh, God!
Jorah, you have my sympathy.
This was the only way it could end. The curse is lifted. For both me and Svanir, I think. You have helped me. I shall help you.
Good. We need to unite the other Norn to fight the destroyers.
I fear my words will carry little weight. I have my brother's blood on my hands.
If you can't influence the Norn, then who can?
Olaf, the sevenfold son of Olaf, is esteemed by many. As for me, I must seek Egil, who tells tales by the flame, to fully redeem my family's name.
Olaf it is, then. I need to talk to a Norn leader.
Norn do not have leaders, dwarf. Only heroes.
Jorah, we can aid you and seek out allies. Let us help you with your burdens.
You have the spirit of a Norn, human. I am proud to call you friend.
So again, yay, we did it. Again, we get the we get, you know, we have the split paths of choosing where to go, and with the Asura, we had it where right in the get-go we get a choice of 3 paths, right? But here we do the first mission and we actually get into, now we have another split path. So we can either aid Jorah in somehow cleansing her family's name because she still has Svanya's blood on her hands, and I guess for the Norn of Guild Wars 1 at least, it's very shameful to have, like, you know, killed your own family or something. Like, I guess she needs to redeem her name in the eyes of all the Norn. So she has to seek out this Egil or whatever. They pronounce his name differently, but Egil, who tells tales by the fire. And he's a really cool character. I really want to talk to him, so that's what we're gonna do. The other thing is that we find Olaf of Olafstead, right? So that's why we were introduced to those 3 characters right off the bat, right? We were introduced to Jorah, who we have to help, and then Sif, who helps us as as well, and then Olaf Olafstead, or Olaf Olafsson of Olafstead, which is right over here. So we're not gonna do that yet, but I do get the option here where to go. Where can I find Olaf? Olaf is in Olafstead. Or we're gonna find Egil Fireteller. He lives in the middle of Jaga Moraine. So that's right out here. So I'm gonna go there because that's a little bit closer. And we also get a new friend. So let's see who our new friend is. I'm gonna take maybe Livia out for now. And we take Jorah with us. She's in our group. Now the crazy part about Jorah is you guys saw that her curse was broken, right? And she was able to transform into bear spirit. She actually is not able to do that in combat with us, which is kind of strange that they made that choice, to say that her spirit, that her curse is broken, but then not let us actually use her bear spirit, right? Like, that's kind of weird to me. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out, didn't we keep a sword? Wasn't there a sword that I kept earlier? That's for Jorah. I kept it for Jorah. Jorah, you got a weapon because you're so cool. Where did I put it? I put it in here. I thought I did. I don't even know why that's in there. Am I crazy? Didn't I have a sword? Yeah. I was thinking about maybe making her an axe person too, though, right? So let's kind of try axe. That's more Norn, right? This is Mordecai's Reaver, as you guys can see, which is a boss we'll come across, but it's actually a skin you can get in Guild Wars 2. It's the Hall of Monuments skin. The one that you get there is where all the black stuff here is golden. This would actually fit a lot better for her outfit, but I love that. It's much bigger in Guild Wars 2 than it is, or in Guild Wars 1 than it is in 2. But yeah, I think I'm gonna make her an axe warrior. I think that'd be better because we already have a sword person. I need 9. Is it 9 on tactics for the stupid shield? It is. And I don't need sword mastery. So let's see how we can. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, none of that really works out, does it? Numbers wise. Huh. How many times can I level now? 3 times. Might make her a paragon as well. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe motivation for like some energy. So we have a shield bash. No, I don't want that. Leave. If this attack hits, you strike for plus 26. Cyclone axe. Cyclone axe is good. Executioner's axe. Dismember. Blow and inflict on target foes, lowering that for health by 20%. Lacerating. If it strikes a knockdown foe, your target suffers from bleeding. Penetrating. Triple chop. Attack adjacent foes. Oh yeah, why not? So we have like some AoE in here. That's kind of nice. If it is blocked, you gain 3 strikes of adrenaline. That's kind of nice. I love that penetrating blow and penetrating chop are exactly same skill. These are all energy skills, so I gotta do something with energy. Yeah, I had energizing. Next time shot or chant used by each ally than costs or less. Okay. There's something energizing. Whenever a shot chant ends on target non-spirit ally. No, that's 10. It's an elite skill here. Really? I don't have anything that deals with energy? What about command? Is there energy management here? I don't know, you guys. Skill. Next time you need to know. See, that's the thing. It's like. There's not like energy management at all on Warrior. I just realized that. So I want something that's like, see, I'm picking all the ones that are, literally I picked the 3 skills that have an energy cost. So that's really dumb. I don't have any knockdowns today. Maybe something. Is there something in tactics maybe that gives me energy? Tiger stance. All your signets are disabled for 12 seconds. You're healed for. I mean, I don't. What is this? Signets. I think Signet of Strength. I mean, not that that's a good skill, but it's whatever. I'm just gonna take that. We'll see how that goes. I touch it really. We'll see. Well, I'll kind of monitor her, but it'll be nice to have Jorah with us. All right, so let's go find Egil. Egil, Fire Teller, who tells story by the fire. For whatever reason. I don't even know if it tells you. Help Jorah regain her honor among the Norn. Blood washes blood. Alright, here's Halvdan the Younger. So here's Jorah hanging out.
Never.
I'll avenge your friends. Oh, Gunner's Hold. I gotta talk to the storyteller. So let's go. Actually, before we do that, let's go to Gunner's Hold because we actually increased our standing with the Norn. We're now a Slayer of Imps, you guys. So we can show that. We gotta talk. No, he's over here. Is he over there? Where is he? No, he's over here. Is he? Yeah, there he is. So we have a Scald over here, a storyteller, or whatever. Another one, but a different one.
Are you hunting something?
So the Norn enjoy your tales. I've even had requests from other Skalds to learn the telling. You're considered a slayer of imps. You're a true champion of the Norn. Display this title in our territory and the Bear Spirit will watch over you, raising your maximum health. So, in Norn territory, my health increases now. All of my friends, again, it doesn't show unless we're in a combat zone, but you guys can see my health increases from 590 to 650, which is really, really nice. So instead of having energy, right? Remember, the certain territories are energy. We have health here, right? Because they're like the Norn are like these brutish creatures or whatever, and it's heart of the Norn, and we get like extra health, and these guys will all get extra health as well. So we have a lot of survivability with that, because that's like 60 health for everyone, which is pretty good, right? So there's also this interesting thing, and I don't think anyone has really ever talked about it, but Slayer of Imps, right? They use that as the first title, right? Slayer of Imps. You know, and they go bigger and bigger and bigger, right? The imps being, it's kind of weird that they categorize the imps as like the lowest, you know, the lowest creatures or whatever. And there aren't really any imps. Are there any actual imps? Oh, there are. The imps in Guild Wars 1 are very different, and they're very far and few between. We will see them even here in the mountains, but yeah, for now we don't. But you guys see the health is higher. Like, it's kind of nice for someone, like for some of them, to get that higher health. But yeah, I kind of want to monitor her a little bit. So here we have bison and minotaurs and aurochs and all these kinds of beasts that are hanging out here. And you see them running around. This is the cool thing about Guild Wars 1, right? Like, they aren't just standing in a field. They patrol. They have actual patrols that they go around. Right, like they go around and patrol the area, and it's really, really cool, because that makes that game very much more active, and it's a different experience every time, because certain groups you can just meet up in certain times. We just had 2 groups come onto us. Yeah, she's having energy issues already, so I don't know how well that's gonna go for me. Let's kill this Auroch. Auroch, again, Aurochs being the healers. We're doing actually pretty okay. I'm gonna summon Ridlock to kind of help out a little bit, because this is a big group of enemies. Oh my God, Jin is getting it. So look at her over here. Yeah, she has some energy problems. We're slowly defeating them though, so I'm not too worried about it. But it's kind of cool, because I wish we would get these titles that we have in Guild Wars 1, also in Guild Wars 2 in some shape or form. That's always the thing, right? In Guild Wars 2 we have all these like a reputation. In Guild Wars 1 we have these reputations to get different titles and stuff. But they created this really cool system where it's not just like a title you grind for, but you actually have skills that are bound to it, and the higher you are in the achievements, in the title thing, the stronger those skills get. And I think that's really, really cool. You know, I think there's precedence for something like that in Guild Wars 2 as well. Some universal skills that anyone could use, right? They don't have to be class specific, and the higher you are, you know, PvE only skills, right? Because that's what these are as well. They're PvE only. Oh, there's a brake hammer over there that I didn't grab. That's okay. kill them. But yeah, I think it's a great system because it gives you kind of like, you're not just grinding for a title, but you're also grinding to have a better build, to have a better set of skills, right? And I think I guess at some point there was probably an excuse to say, hey, you know, we don't want to do PvE only skills, because once upon a time, Guild Wars 2's balance was all around, we're going to be balancing, we're not going to not going to have a split between PvE and PvP. We're going to have it, they originally they wanted to have the balance not be split at all. But then they realized that they can't do that. I think this realization probably came around elite specializations, right? Where you now have like completely different, and like they probably realized, oh, we're adding all these different skills and all these different mechanics, and you know, it didn't last very long where it didn't have a PvE and a PvP split on the skills. But I think sometime around that would have been like, okay, well, if you're gonna have a PvP and a PvE split, you can have PvE only skills, and I think that would be really cool.
Why are you here? Who goes there?
All right, so I want to explore Jaga Moraine. We gotta go up there. I wanna explore it a little bit because this is a very interesting area. So this area is a little bit north of where would be able to go, right? Like Sifhala, you know, you guys know, like in Bureau Marches, right? It's like Sifhala's underground and you fight the dragon like south of it or whatever, right? Like it, you know, imagine that kind of being around here. The thing is, we don't get to see the northern half of this map of the moraine. Technically, like, we don't see anything. Like right around here would be where the waterfalls are and where the forests, you know, where the forest is for the where the lake is, where we go into to find Drakkar, right? Because we go underground and then Sifhala. So I guess technically here is where that would be. In my comparison stream, I think I didn't do that perfectly. I think there was like, because Iceward Saga, one of the things they kind of messed up on was, up until that point, they had kept the maps perfectly lined up in the way that they were, right? That they were situated in Guild Wars 1. But they kind of messed up a little bit on some of the parts when it came to, in Iceward Saga. Some of the maps were kind of janky and it kind of felt like not what they used to be on the way that they were placed. But just right around here would be where the forests are, like the northern part of BR Marches, like the second half, right? And then we have that mountain range behind it, and we never got to go past that point, right? Like this is where the map cuts off, and I kind of want to explore a little bit in the back here because it's actually a really, really cool area. So first of all, we got an avalanche warning. Danger, loose snowpack, high risk of avalanche. So we come out here and it's like, what do you mean by avalanche? So it's actually interesting because avalanches are actually enemies in Guild Wars 1. They're actually, we've actually faced some avalanches before. There's some evil polar bears, which is kind of weird. I've seen that before. Oh, hello. God, they do so many conditions too. Like poison, embers dying slowly, with disease and poison. So there's Egil's Perch. You can kind of see like the ground is like ripped open and stuff. You can walk through there. I can't jump down there though. But yeah, we have, and that's the thing. It's like right north of the northern part of where the BR Marches are in Guild Wars, and you can kind of see snow coming out of there. Like, we're gonna go up there, just so you guys know. You can kind of see smoke. We're going over there in a second. But this is a really cool, this is like one of my favorite areas, right? It's like really, really cool, because here, we don't get to see this homestead in Guild Wars 2, okay? Like, the map is cut off before we even can get there. But here is Egil, right? And, Egil, I would like to hear a story. So, Egil says, the Norn do not know gods, at least not in the way humans do, but we do revere the spirits of the animals upon whom we depend for food and shelter. There are many such spirits. Bear is the mightiest, of course, but raven, owl, wolf, worm, and ox all have their place in the world and in our hearts. So this is really cool because all of these spirits we have encountered in one way or another, right? Like bear, everyone knows, right? Raven, obviously being one of the big ones as well. Owl is known very well as well, you know, having been destroyed at the end of Iceberg Saga, or as far as we know, like kind of been released into the mists or whatever happened. Wolf, you know, obviously being one of the big ones as well. Worm, we actually have like a really cool like there's like an achievement that you can do past in Iceberg Saga where you actually get like a little worm spirit with you as like an infusion type of thing. And then Ox being one of the ones that gets corrupted by Jormag, right? So these are all mentioned. All these spirits. It's really cool because past this point in Guild Wars 1, we don't know anything more about Owl, Worm, or Ox, right? We learned a little bit about Wolf, right? Because we get Wolven's blessing and stuff like that, so we get a little bit of a connection there. It's in the story. We're going to be dealing with Raven at some point. There's a couple of things with Raven that we got to do. We're going to be visiting a Shrine of Raven and stuff. And of course, Bear is also another one, obviously being, you know, the big one, right? Bear was the big one in Guild Wars 1 that they, you know, revered. But it's kind of cool that we get a mention of these and they actually go in Guild Wars 2 and kind of elaborate on that. Again, they're creating this, like, it's really, really cool. And that's what I love about Guild Wars 2 is, like, they create this, like, huge world that's all like, interconnected, right? And you can learn about things in Guild Wars 1 for Guild Wars 2, right? And vice versa, right? Like, having played through Iceberg Saga and then you come back to playing the Norn story, right? Like, you're like, oh yeah, I know Ox, you know, I know what's going on with Owl, you know, I met Worm, right? Like, you have this familiarity, right? And it's kind of like, yeah, because it's part of the same mythos and the same, like, you know, lore and stuff like that. So it's really, really cool. While we hunt and slay these creatures, we also praise their spirits and thank them for their sacrifice. The animals are our brethren. Their spirits guide us as we live and hunt. There are more hostile, even malicious spirits in the world. Spirits of the mountains, seasons, fire, and darkness. The animal spirits are our allies against these foes, and we thank them for their aid, singing their praises of all beasts as we hunt. This is the Norn way. So this is really, really cool and has like massive implications for the world of Guild Wars 2 and even like perhaps Guild Wars 3 and beyond, right? So we always, you know, we've heard right from the get-go when you play a Norn in Guild Wars 1 in your personal story, you learn about the spirits of the wild. And it's in that moment, in that moment in time where the Norn are come to realize that there's way more spirits out there, and that the belief system opens up to the point where they think that there's that every animal has a spirit representation, right? That's not a full belief by all the Norn, but it's something, right? Because when you do like the Minotaur story for the Norn personal story, like early on, right? They literally talk about you know, you hang out with Air Stegalkin. And there's this guy. He's like a wandering merchant or something or whatever, and you have to help him because he asks Air for like help with the Minotaur spirit, and he's saying that the Minotaur spirit is going crazy. And Air, you know, one of the revered heroes of the Norn, right? She's like a big personality in Guild Wars 2, like early on, you know. She says there is no such spirit as spirit of Minotaur. Like, she's in disbelief that there would be other spirits out there, right? But we find out, no, there is a Minotaur spirit, and he is the spirit of all the Minotaurs, right? And in the same area of the world where this story takes place, you can also find Linnea, who's actually looking for Hare, the spirit of Hare. And she actually finds a jackalope and follows this jackalope to kill a Yeti who turns out to be a Jotun, right? But the idea is that she is revering the spirit of Hare, and, you know, again, some of the Norn don't believe that there is a spirit for every animal, but as we go through the story of the Norn and through the story of Iceberg Saga and so on and so forth, we learn that there really is an animal a spirit representation for every animal out there. And that's huge, right? Because then that makes you think of like, okay, all the animals that we're all the spirits that we're meeting, these are all like northern spirits that are like in the mountains, right? These are like wolf and raven and snow leopard and bear, like all these things that live in the mountains, right? Like even worm has the model of ice worm, right? So the spirit of worm being up here, again, we can kind of get to that in a minute because I want to talk about worm a little bit, but it is not, once I show you guys what I show you, you guys are gonna be like, make sense that the spirit of worm is here, right? But then we also have otter, right? The spirit of otter, right, is one, which makes sense because they live in colder climates. And we have the spirit of owl, right? Like, and it's a snow owl usually in its representation and stuff like that. So it kind of makes sense that all of these creatures, you know, that live in colder climates are hanging out here in the mountains. But that leads us to question, what about other animals, right? And I've talked about this so many times. Like, I would love to see a Guild Wars 2 expansion that takes place across the unending ocean on a new continent, and it's a tropical continent, right? We go there and it's like Muguma jungle, but like everywhere. Not saying that it's all jungly, but it's just really hot and tropical. So you have all these beaches full of palm trees and stuff, and you know, along the water and stuff. It's just like warmer climate, right? Like I'm thinking like how they had Utopia being like Mesoamerica, right? Like I want to go across the unending ocean to this new continent, and I want it to be like Incan, like kind of that inspiration, like Mesoamerica, you know, and kind of have this tropical jungle over there where we deal with spirits like snake or serpent, right? The spirit of serpent, or the spirit of tiger, or the spirit of like monkey, right? There, remember, Guild Wars 1 has monkeys as enemies, but these don't exist in Guild Wars 2 anymore, right? They're not there anymore. But wouldn't it be interesting to find out that maybe, you know, hundreds of thousands of years ago, they actually originated, like, you know, they were wiped out in Guild Wars 2 because of the climate change, right? Like the Tarnished Coast isn't quite as tropical in Guild Wars 2 as it is in Guild Wars 1, right? And that might have to do with the rising of the Elder Dragons and the flood of Zaitan kind of changing a little bit of like what's going on. You know, and they were in the Tarnished Coast areas where the simians are, right? The monkey enemies. But like, what if we find out that they didn't originate there? They came from somewhere else. They were brought from like on board like Orient ships or something, and they ended up just kind of like just, you know, spreading out and kind of taking over the Tarnished Coast at some point over there or whatever, right? Like, what if we find out that they're coming from this, that originally they came from the continent, and we find like the spirit of monkey, and we fight like monkey enemies and stuff like that? Like, it would be really cool to see these other spirits of the wild that are not necessarily like northern mountain spirits, right? But they're like tropical animals that have these spirits as well, you know? So it would be really cool to see. But then we also talk about, he talks about hostile, even malicious spirits, and there's the spirits of the mountains, seasons, fire, and darkness. Now, one of those four we actually have encountered, or we encountered its power at least, and that's in season 3 of the Living World in Guild Wars 2. When you go to Bitterfrost Frontier, you actually deal with like the Kodan, right? The Flame of Koda, right? Like there's a whole mastery line about it. But if you actually listen to the story that these Kodan, like these, I forgot what they're called, like Lord Keepers or whatever they're called, right? You talk to them at the little braziers, and you can hear the whole story as you go through the mastery. You can listen to the whole story of the Flame of Koda. Actually, turns out that it was given to them by the Spirit of Fire. The Spirit of Fire, they communicated with it, and at some point in time, they tried to like teach it, because it's the sentient being, and they tried to teach it to live among the different, like, not to just burn everything down. And there was just like this weird moment where they tried to teach it, you know, like not to do these bad things anymore, right? And at some point it just leaves them. It just leaves. And I think it actually leaves like into the mist. It disappears into the mist. But it's something that we know exists in the world of Guild Wars. These other spirits, right? Spirits of the mountains, spirits of spirit of seasons, spirit of fire, spirit of darkness. Like, what if, you know, I've made a video on this underground force, right, that uses the different language that we encounter in the fractal, in the dwarven fractal in Guild Wars 2, and that has a connection to stuff that happens in the mountains here in Guild Wars 1, right, where these spirits are popping up and they're using that same language and stuff. What if that's like the spirit of mountains or the spirit of darkness that uses, like, spirit of darkness coming from the depths of Tyria, right? Like being maybe a spirit that roams the depths of like these dark caves deep beneath the ground, and only the dwarves encountered it or something and trapped it. And maybe that's what we're facing in that fractal, right? Like, it's so cool to think about this, because this could come back, right? Like, people might say, well, they talked about this in Guild Wars 1. Why do you think this would be popping up in Guild Wars 2, right? Like, this is so many years ago, whatever. Icewitch Saga wasn't that long ago, and we didn't know anything about Ox or Worm until then, right? Like, we heard mentions of them here, right? But we didn't know anything about those spirits. But guess what they did? They brought those back. So there is still, right, or like even Spirit of Fire, which was in season 3, I know was like a long time ago already, like for us in Guild Wars 2. But like, you know, they're bringing these things back. Like, they have these in reserve, and they could bring any of these back at any time. So, and that's what's really, really cool, because they could tomorrow have an expansion that deals with the spirit of seasons, changing the seasons of Tyria or something, right? Or doing something in some shape or form, maybe controlling the weather or something, right? Like, and doing some crazy stuff that way. And you know, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, this was mentioned by Ego Fireteller, you know, 12, 14 years ago, whatever, right? Like, it's probably 14 years ago now. So, but yeah, anyway, so that's kind of cool. Sorry, I went on a little rant there. Flames of the Bear Spirit. It is good to see that Jorah can once again become the bear. Now, mayhaps she may regain her status. This is but one obstacle, one mountain she must yet climb. Her clan homestead is overrun with char. No respected Norn would allow the land to be violated by such beasts. If you help Jorah reclaim her lands, only then will she be able to help you. You will need all the strength of Bear herself to defeat the char. We must first commune with the Bear Spirit and seek counsel. Let us journey to the sacred altar south of here. We will light the spiritual flame. Bear will come if our cause is true. Alright, so we have to journey down there. The Norn will not change simply because the dwarves do not understand our ways. I'd rather be hated for who I am than loved for who I'm not, or something. That's what she said. And Egil says, the Bear Spirit is the strength of the mountains. The Norn owe Bear more than just our prowess in battle. We owe our homes and our lives to Bear. We must show your strength of spirit by protecting the sacred flame. Only once the Bear Spirit has deemed you worthy will she appear. Show your strength, small one, and prove your worth. I will aid you in this ritual. All right, so, but we're not gonna go quite down there yet. We have to go down there. So in Guild Wars 2, if you were to overlay the map here, you would actually find that down here is Jorah's homestead, right, in Guild Wars 1. This actually becomes like Fort Jorah or whatever this is, like the fort that you go to when you enter Bjorn Marches, right? Like where you come down with the helicopter. That's right over here. It overlaps right with the homestead there. We have Danira here.
Who sent you?
Okay, we gotta impress her in battle to know what she's training, because that's always the Norn want us to be these mighty. Arr, by the bison. It's as cold as a dead man's heart. You'd think I'd be used to the chill, but I must have Elonian blood in me somewhere. I meant for warmer climes. Just look at these toes. They're turning blue. I need some of those worm husks that hold heat like a lava flow. With enough of them, I'll stitch me a pair of boots that'll make me make a mesmer green with envy. Go fetch me 5 frozen. Okay, so she's cold. Kind of interesting because we do have Norn that live in warmer climates now in Guild Wars 2, right? So it kind of gives you that. We have these healing salves here. It's these items we can pick up. I don't know what the purpose of these is. Does it give me a... It doesn't even give me a thing. I think when I drop it, like, I heal the whole group. Is there like a... Here stands the home of Ego Fireteller, 12-time Ailmu champion, all-time record holder in the Ailslog, and master storyteller of the Great Norn Legends. I didn't want to go yet. I think there was more people to talk to. Danira. Is that the only person to talk to? But yeah, as you guys can tell, like, this is one of my favorite maps just simply because of the implications and the lose threads in the story of the Norn, right? Like, where we can still, right? Like, people will be like, well, Ice Saga was supposed to be the Norn expansion thing or whatever, right? And it's like, well, that doesn't mean that, you know, they can do the same thing that they did with Ice Saga, where they overlap certain stories. You know what I mean? I mean, I would like for them to focus on one specific thing and not try to do like Char and Norn and Coden and all these things, because in Ice Saga it didn't really work out. But you know, I would like for them to focus on stuff. But you know, it is what it is. But anyways, so we venture further. Venture further around. We have some frozen elementals. These are really strong. We gotta be careful. I'm gonna drop this. It heals like 300. Great, awesome. I don't really care. So Ego comes with us, which is kind of nice. Like another person with us. He's just a warrior who, or no, he's a paragon. I'm sorry, he's a paragon that just throws a spear. But yeah, there's a couple of places I would like to go before we move on. I want to go over there. So you guys, like where the flames are coming up, I want to go over there. Yeah, and there's gonna be a video at some point. I want to do a video before the next expansion, of course, where we kind of talk about. Oh, we have a right map, bottom right map piece. So this is something that happened in Guild Wars 2 as well. But we, of course, Deep Runner may be interested in this. I gotta come down there. I need to go around this mountain apparently. But anyways, so there's gonna be a video where I kind of talk. I'm gonna lower this a little bit. I'm going to talk a little bit about, you know, obviously I want to talk about where the next expansion is heading. And, you know, not that this is like a main thing that could happen, but it is a possibility that we could be going there. Look, Avalanche. We have an Avalanche here. It's an actual enemy. They're actually really strong, so we got to be careful of those. Because all of these, when you have a lot of ice elementalists that are all like, building off of each other, there's a lot of synergy that you can do with multiple water elementalists, because the idea is like a lot of water elementalist spells are like, if they're already hexed with a water magic hex, right, then you do extra damage or whatever. You kind of can build off of each other. So if you chain a bunch of water elementalists that all have different hexes on them or whatever, then it becomes kind of like, oh, okay. So we have some bone fiends here, as you guys can see, and we're going up the Bone Fiend Trail. Again, this is not accessible. This is way north of PR Marches in Guild Wars 2, so this is not accessible to us, but it is still kind of nice to see. And we have Avar the Fallen. Remember, we read about him. He's the necromancer that like has been killing Norn, and he's been doing like experiments and stuff, and the Norn are just kind of like not okay with him. So he lives on this, like, this is where his homestead was or something, and he lives on this like mountain by himself. And he just has these like the Norn that want to come kill him, and he kills them. But here we are. Oh, we have all these bone fiends to kill. They're not very strong, but he summons a ton of them, as you guys can see. Like, he keeps summoning them. But we're gonna make short work of them. They're not gonna, My pet is dead. No, revive Ember. Yeah, so his minions are nothing. And there's Avar. As you can see, I'm a soldier, he says. As we can see, you're dead. We killed him. And it's kind of crazy because you don't see anything, right? You're supposed to be seeing like a mountainscape, and it's just the end of the map. So, but yeah, there's much more mountain north of here, and we don't really know. And it's kind of weird because this looks super detailed, but it's not an area that you can actually go to. So, but it's kind of cool still to think about like what's north, right? Like the Norn don't just like hang out, you know. Obviously, they're not as widespread in Guild Wars 1 as they are in Guild Wars 2. You know, like we see Egil's little outpost, and it's just him and Daenerys that live there. You know, him being just like storyteller, and she's just kind of like a collector of swords or whatever. She kind of just hangs out here for whatever reason. But until like we go down, you know, Jorah's stead is overrun with Char, so no one lives there anymore. Sifala is the next like, you know, group of Norn that you see, right? And it's technically very far. So, you know, they're very far and few between up here. There's more as you go down low with like Gunner's Hold and Olafstead and stuff, but they're still far and few between. But it doesn't mean that this is where it ends, right? There could be far and few between like areas where the Norn hang out north of here as well. And then I want to show you guys another. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know. Wait, did I? Oh no, I have to go around. Yeah. So we were up there earlier, and I gotta go around again. So. But yeah, I want to show you guys another place, like another cool place. So. Okay, we have some enemies finally. There's a portal. I'm gonna go to that portal. It's not what I wanted to show you. There's another really cool thing. Well, we get some Norn reputation here. You know, as you vanquish, that's the best way. So vanquishing, just for those of you that haven't played Guild Wars 1, but as you guys can see, there's different zones, right? That we have like Drakkar Lake, Norhard Domains, Jaga Moraine, Varia Fells, right? We have all these different regions. And to vanquish means, you know, obviously there's, oh no, he died. That's okay, we can summon him back. I don't need him right now, and I don't want to waste my skill points, so I'm not summoning him now. But anyways, so the hard mode is once you level 20, you can turn on hard mode, which makes the enemies harder and stuff, but you usually earn more reputation points. Like I think you automatically earn like double reputation in hard mode. I could be wrong on that, but you get a lot of bonuses during the hardcore mode. And it's also like vanquishing means you kill every enemy in a zone, because when you go into a zone, you only have a set amount of enemy that spawn there, and that's it, right? Because it's almost like Guild Wars 2 is almost like a dungeon crawler in that way, where you have like different zones you go into, and you have a set amount of enemies that you go through by yourself, right? And there's no other people that could, like, I could not see another player coming by here, but there could be 100 at this point playing in this zone. I don't know, right? We all have our own instance of Jaga Moraine that we're hanging out in, unless we're in a group, of course. But anyways, so you earn a lot of points for vanquishing an area, and the more enemies you kill, the more points you get, on top of, you know, anytime you kill 25, you get a bonus, right? And you keep getting all these bonuses, and you keep getting all the stuff. And if you go through like a whole area, you end up getting so many points for like a whole area, especially an area big as Jaga Moraine that has like a ton of enemies. So we have this, we have Festive Norn here. I should become a Brewmaster, says one of them. Gareth says, fellow hunters, friends, and future legends. Yes, a legendary oaf by the name of Gareth. I've heard this one before. So that's Kidda says that about Gareth over here. Let us celebrate this night, for soon we depart for battle and glory. Or an honorable, possibly horrible death, is what Latham says. Hooray! They're cheering, right? Like, Hurrah! Make yourself useful. Play us a song. What would you like to hear? Is what he says. The Ballad of Hammertoe. Metal Knights of the Apocalypse. My husband left me for a bone minion. These are all songs, apparently, that people are requesting right now. That's the name of the song, you idiots. Yeah. Of course. Pass me some ale. So they're celebrating something. I don't know what's really happened to your husband. Oh, so so something is going on with Kida's husband. Frostmaw the Kinslayer ate him. Oh, that's right. So her husband was killed by Frostmaw the Kinslayer. Was eaten. I think that's the end of that story.
Never
So this is a difficulty master, meaning this is a very difficult dungeon quest, right? Remember, this is, and we're just gonna read about this. We were on a hunt, my brothers and I, when the ground shook and heaved beneath our feet. It was as if the earth itself became racked by the death rattle. I was tossed into the air and slammed against a mighty tree. When I woke, the smell of blood was thick on my tongue. I found my brothers torn to pieces, a giant frost worm ripping the flesh from their bones. I could only watch, sick with honor, as the beast finished its meal and descended into its lair. I swore I would avenge my kin or join them. My destiny and my honor are linked to that creature, in life or death. So this is a dungeon quest to go into this worm lair, right? And they're actually, like, we can kind of look at this mountain that you enter, right? There's like a big cave that you go and you descend. I guess like it kind of goes down and around down into this mountain, which is the lair of this worm called Frostmaw. Now it's very interesting because you know, we're gonna go in there at some point. We're gonna do all the dungeons, right? So we're gonna go in there and we're gonna see that. But it's interesting. So we have a big worm that's right out in this mountain called Frostmaw. Frostmaw actually appears as a champion enemy in Guild Wars 2, but in a completely different location. It actually appears way down south, I believe in Lornar's Pass. And it's right south of, like, this is where the Priory would be. I think, like, right around here is where the Priory is, right? And it's like, this is Lornar's Pass down here. And it's like, I think it's like a little bit south of the Priory being here, like down in the Priory, like somewhere around here is where in Guild Wars 2 you can encounter Frostmaw. So people are kind of speculating on, like, okay, so who is Frostmaw, right? Because we see Frostmaw, a creature named Frostmaw, a worm, in Guild Wars 1 here that we kill, right? But then we see way south down here, we see another Frostmaw 250 years later. So people are like, is it a title, or is it like, you know, a spawn of Frostmaw that just took the name of it, or did it survive and then travel south? Like, no one really knows. But it's really cool to know that, you know, again, we kind of have a little bit of a connection to Guild Wars 1 with the same name, Frostmaw. But that's not what's super interesting about this area of the world. What's super interesting about this area is this little bit here. And remember, we talked about the spirit of worm, right? And we now have a layer of a large worm. And we have this, which is, like, kind of weird, right? We have, first of all, we have a large worm enemy here, Sisith the Leviathan, okay? So we have this giant, I mean, huge worm. Look, he's completely annihilating us right now. This is really freaking wild how bad that was. Pet died again, Jesus. We're doing okay, but so we have this giant, I mean huge, I can't even zoom out. Like, I'm literally zoomed out all the way and I can't even show you guys the entire, so it's a giant worm that's here, right? But also, we're next to this giant, I mean, this is a huge hole in the ground, right? Like, look at how massive this hole in the ground is. Like, you have light shining in there, bats flying out of it. It's massive. Even on the map, you can see how huge of a hole that is, right? And it's weird. So we have this in memoriam, right? And it says, in memory of the Norn who ventured into the bottomless pit to discover if it leads to the other side of the world. Asko Cliff Diver, Ganolf the Mountain, hardy Jotun Crusher, may they find glory and honor in the mists, should they never return. So, it's crazy to think that, you know, these Norn ventured down into this hole. Like, these Norn, there's 3 Norn that went down there and they try to figure out. I think there is a quest, actually, that will lead us here. And I think it gives us a little bit more of an idea of what's going on. I don't know when this quest pops up, but it talks about how it said that a giant worm created this hole, or something like. I think there's some kind of lore that talks about that a little bit. We have these like giant pillars that are like snowed and frozen over. Oh, we have a frostworm, another one here, a very large, not as large as the last boss we just fought, but still a very large frostworm. I love how like iridescent it is, like this prismatic shimmer on it. Cool. But yeah, so it's kind of cool to think about. You know, we have a spirit of worm. We have a giant cave with a boss worm in there. Did Frostmark create this giant hole, right? Like, who created that, right? Like, is there like a big boss worm around? How deep does that hole go? So, you know, I mentioned this because we talked about like where could we go for another Guild Wars 2 expansion. Well, this area hasn't been explored, right? Like, neither this dungeon nor this giant hole is visible in Guild Wars 2. So wouldn't it be cool to have a map north of BR Marches that leads us down into that hole to start an underground expansion, right? Like, I think that's a really cool thought, for sure. Worm breeding grounds, beware of worms. So they give us a little danger sign, which they're saying that this area down here is the worm breeding ground, and where the giant pillars are, whatever these giant pillars are, again, we don't know if this is like old Norn settlement that was destroyed like hundreds of years ago, or if this was like a different civilization that was here. We don't really know. So there's still a lot of mysteries directly north of BR Marches. So it'd be really cool to get a map maybe that's over there or something. I don't know. I just, you know, it's another possibility for an expansion that we could see in the future. I love how like that's Egil's oh no, that's Jorah Stead in the far background. It's actually huge. So this is like Jorah's homestead down there, and it's actually massive. It rivals Gunnar's Hold in size and like majestic. Like you think it's like a little like Egil's outpost here. It's definitely not. It's a massive, like, this was like a big settlement of the north, right? Where it was just like, yeah, these are Jorah's lands, and I guess her family at some point must have been very prominent heroes of the Norn. But, you know, one simple act, you know, when it comes to these things where like you have societies that are based on like honors and like achievements that you have and stuff, many a times in media it's always displayed that, like, you know, one wrong move could potentially ruin everything for your family. Just like one wrong move can destroy my entire group here, like it's doing right now. Lovely. I'm dying. Super fun. Yeah, Mandragores ripped us a new butthole. These are 2 groups of them. Is there there's not a healer in there, but I think these guys are just as bad. Just kill him, please. Okay. Yeah, we got caught in between 2 separate groups. But that's fine. We were right around the corner from here. Oh, Egil. Don't die, Egil, please. I think that... I don't know if the mission fails if you die, so I gotta run over here and heal Okay, he healed himself. That's good. Oh my goodness, they're so strong. They're just killing everything. Holy crap. Eggiel died. Does that? I think that's okay. Yeah, the Mandragores are really dangerous because they have so many conditions that they put on you. Weakness, bleeding, disease, poison. It's crazy. Alright, Ego was revived. I'm gonna kind of wait until we heal up a little bit to venture further back down. Oh god. Alright, I'm gonna face these guys. We're earning double reputation points now, so we're hunting rank 2, which I can't even hover over. It's +2 for every kill. And you can get to level 4, which actually fills out this whole thing. We get like another stone up here, another stone up here. I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. We do have the Celestial Compass, which looks like that. It's a focus. You have that in Guild Wars 2 as well. So I don't know if there's like a connection there or not, but might have just been a design choice, like random artistic choice. Not sure exactly what that's supposed to be. I don't want to deal with these guys. Alright, so here we are. This is Jorah's homestead. As you guys can see, it's all destroyed. But it's huge. Like, look at this. This is as big as Gunner's Hold is. Like, of an area, right? You know where all the shops are and stuff like that? Like, this is just as, if not bigger, even. Like, this is huge. So this is massive. So, and this is her family's land down here. So it kind of, I feel like there's like a little bit of a story where like maybe Jorah comes from a line of like these big heroes of the Norn. But unfortunately, with everything that's going on with Svanir and stuff, like I said, that, you know, you mess up one time in these societies. At least that's how it's displayed. I don't know if this is like realistic to how it really was, but those societies that are like, you know, it's all about, you know, building your legend and your reputation and stuff like that. Like, messing up one time can completely destroy your entire family, right? Like, and it's not like here where we mess up one time and people are just like, no, you're just fine. Just, you know, pick yourself up. You'll be good. You know, everyone fucks up once in a while, but I feel like in those societies, it's just like, no, we've brought dishonor to your whole family, so you're gonna have to devote your life to doing better now. And I feel like that's probably what's kind of happened here, right? This all fell into disarray. I mean, it's completely run over with spirits now, with spectral creatures. But apparently it's supposed to be run over by Char, which I don't see them here. We'll see them in a minute, but... Or no, this isn't even it. Is this even it? Oh, you guys, I might have lied to you. I lied to you. Forget everything I ever said. What is this? This is not Jorah's homestead. Can you help me? Can you tell me what's going on? Who goes there? So I lied. I just realized that I'm completely off on what I'm talking about. So this is not Jorah's homestead. Not that I remember, at least. I think this is... Oh god, no, I feel like a complete failure. I should have pulled up the map before. Alright, let's look at this for a second here. Okay, so like I said, I lied to you guys. So this is not... This is not Jorah's, not Jorah's homestead. This is not where the fort... So this is not Jorah's homestead, okay? I lied about that. I'm really sorry. I misinformed you guys, but... this is where, in Guild Wars 2, this is actually where the outpost is where the Coden are hanging out at. This is where the Coden hang out at, right? This is where you start your journey to fight Drakkar, right? Because you go from this outpost, you go like a little bit north and then down, and then there's the lake here, and then you go down into this frozen lake, and then you go to like the underground Cephala, and from there you go south to where Drakkar Lake is, and this is where you like face Drakkar, like way down here underground. This is where the Coden outpost is. This is just a haunted homestead. I don't know if we ever get an info, but there's a sacred altar to Bear here. I don't know if we ever get an answer as to what this homestead actually was. I don't know. We're gonna see Jorah's homestead. Jorah's homestead is still big, but it's way over here, and I was totally wrong on that, so I'm really sorry about that, you guys. Look, there's the altar. Light the spiritual flame. So remember, we have to ask. By the true gods, these nightmare creatures are attracted to the sacred flame. Fend them off, lest they consume the fire. The spiritual flame must burn with the might of the noon to summon Bear. So we have to light this, this altar, this fire in the middle, to summon the Bear spirit to get her blessing, so that we can free Jorah's homestead from the charm. This is not Jorah's homestead. I was wrong earlier. I apologize. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I lied to you. But yeah, anyways, so this is like this old abandoned homestead haunted by spirits. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy to think that now Gunner's Hold is like their main large encampment, right? Like, this one would have easily beaten. Oh, and there's a flame. So we just have to kill the rest of these creatures. See, this flame is slowly building up. And it says, prevent the Arctic nightmares from consuming the spiritual flame. Arctic nightmares, right? That kind of makes me think of, like, we just heard the stories of the spirit of seasons, the spirit of darkness, the spirit of fire, what mountains, right? Like, kind of makes you think of, like, where did these Arctic nightmares come from? Are they like minions of these different? Look at how large this flame is now. Sacred flame. I think we have to. I think I have to wait.
I call upon Bear for her blessing. I call upon Bear for her power. I call upon Bear for her strength. Stand before Bear and state your plea.
I am Jorah. My brother erred most grievously. I seek to redeem my family's name.
To rebuild your family's name, you must regain your family's homestead. Yet only tragedy may come from a home built with blood-stained hands. Wash clean your sins. Blood washes blood.
Blood washes blood.
Walk in the path of Bear. Receive her gifts.
Walk in the path of Bear.
You know what must be done. Go with the Bear spirit.
I understand. Thank you.
You understand. Could you bring the rest of us up to speed?
Blood washes blood. To restore my family's name, we must retake my family's lands. These lands lie to the east and have been overrun by Char. We must slay them.
Killing Char. Count us in.
I thought as much. We must follow the Bear spirit to her shrine. Then we will confront the invaders. We will restore my family's name. Blood washes blood.
Blood washes blood. Such a great concept that I think they should really have done more with. Right? Like the concept of, blood washes blood. So she has her brother's blood on her hands, right? She had to, because her family was cursed, and, she did the first step of freeing her family's name by killing her own brother, right? Stopping the curse, stopping what's going on. but now she has blood on her hands. And how is she gonna wash this blood off? With, you know, more honorable blood, I suppose, right? Like killing the Char and freeing her family's lands is like a better act than killing your brother, right? Like it makes up for that a little bit. So you blood washes blood. So you wash off the blood with new fresh blood, where you actually do like a good task to kind of redeem yourself or whatever. So you know what must be done? Jorah's lands must be purged of the Char. Their kind does not respect the spirit of the land. We must journey up the mountain to the shrine of the bear spirit. It is there that bear shall grant you the power you need to repel the Char. Once you're ready, let us journey to Bjorn Marches. Okay, so I wanted to show you guys something, but this is like not... I don't know why... Letting me do. Okay, there we go. That's what I want to show you guys. So, oh, it's really small. Why is it so small? Did I make it that small? I was just trying to show you guys. Oops. What is this? What am I moving? I don't know what I'm moving. I'm trying to move. Where is that? Oh, I really want to just move this. And large enough. So you guys can kind of see it. So that way I can kind of show you guys. Oh my god, really? I mean, I'm trying to like... Oh, so large. Way too large. Hold on, I will fix it, you guys. I just want to show you guys, because I feel like I talk about all these things and you guys can't really see. So let's make it this big. Okay, and you guys can kind of see my mouse. So, so we'll kind of scroll out a little bit. So you guys can kind of see Safala, right, is like over here. This is where we exit it, right? We go up the mountain path. You cannot really, because it's like white on white, so it's hard to see. But this is the Jaga Moraine, okay? And Egil's Perch is north of where this would be, right? The Coden Outpost is right over here. The haunted homestead where we are is a little bit to the east, so it's actually behind the mountain, and by the path that leads, that, you know, where you this is, I think, the first tunnel that you can find actually comes out here. This is kind of north of that. I think there is, in that exact location is like one of those Raven gates that teleports you. But this is where we are right now. It looks completely different. Looks completely different when you go to that location. And all of a sudden there's like a Shrine of Ox north of here, right? Which when you look at the map in Guild Wars 2, or in Guild Wars 1, I mean, it would be like right over here, because it's like south of Egil's thing, and it's like, you know, north of like the location, right? So it would be like right over here would be the shrine, but there's no shrine. You guys see that there's no shrine. Whether or not they build the shrine, you know, at the end, you know, in between the 250 years or something, the shrine to Ox over there, we don't know, but it's a little bit of a different. That's one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of Iceroot Saga, because they kind of they kind of messed a little bit with the maps and with the locations of certain things, a little too much, and I really kind of dislike that. But yeah, anyways, the map goes further up there, so the hole that we see in here in the Jaga Moraine is not even on the map yet in Guild Wars 2, right? Like, you can probably look at exactly where the location is, because as you guys can see, this is like Janthier, and this map hasn't been updated yet to include Janthier on here, and I don't know if it ever will. I'm not sure, but yeah, anyways, so it goes further north, and then Safala is underground. It's in the exact same location that is in Guild Wars 1, but it's under this giant like glacier, right? There's all this like ice, and it's all like Duramax ice and stuff is like all over here. The Wolf Shrine that we went to is over here, and then Drakkar is way down here. I mean, you go underground, and this is where you fight Drakkar, so it's very close to Lake Drakkar Lake, but you don't actually we don't get to go to Drakkar Lake. But I made a little bit of a leap in logic where I thought that they combined the areas kind of together a little bit, because the way that this lake looks, it looks like Drakkar Lake in Guild Wars 1, right? Like the way that this lake is shaped and the exact location of where the hole is, where Drakkar would be, is when you look at the map, right, of Guild Wars 1. See, Drakkar Lake kind of looks like that, right? It's this elongated lake, and right in the middle, right, like right over here where you would be entering the lake, it looks like there's the hole there where Drakkar was before. So my theory was, when I did the comparison stream or whatever, my theory was that they actually moved Drakkar Lake up to this location up here, and just kind of said, but then Sifhala is in the same location, so that doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really perfectly align. There's also the idea of the rabbit hole, which is like southeast of this, which there's a tree and stuff in the middle, and we'll encounter that as well at some point. But there's this, like, it's called the rabbit hole because it's this area you go into, and it's this one single tree that's surrounded by like an icy moat in this like magical looking cave kind of thing. And it's weird because we have directly southeast of it, again, it's kind of smushed together, like just imagine the whole area is kind of like just kind of put together a little bit. If you go southeast, you have this tiny little path that leads into a hole, like a circular hole in BR Marches, and you actually encounter this this champion, which is an oak heart, right, like in the middle on a frozen lake in the middle. So I always thought that that was perhaps the rabbit hole, again, that was kind of relocated, because it kind of, you know, it's southeast of where Drakkar Lake, you know, should be here, but let's say we moved it up here, and then southeast of it is the rabbit hole, you know. So that's what I always thought. You could also say that perhaps this is where the rabbit hole would be, and this is now where Eagle's Shrine is. Again, not an area that we can actually access in Guild Wars 1. So whether or not the Eagle Shrine was ever there, we don't know. But yeah, it's kind of weird because some stuff kind of works out. You guys can kind of see up here, Shrine of the Bear Spirit. We're going to be going over there. This is the Guild Wars 1 BR Marches, is over here. This region right here. There's a cavern here, which that is in Guild Wars 2. They kept the cavern here. That's where the cave system is. They kept that here too. And there's a Volsung Stead that you can go to, which is now Asgeir's triumph or whatever, victory or whatever it's called, right? It's and which is understandable because maybe in the 250 years, right, the battle with Jormag, you know, the Norn ventured south, right, and it happened right over here. So this is also the most northern part that we see of Guild Wars 1. The Dark Realm Delphs are actually going to be a dungeon that we go into in our playthrough as well. And it's, again, in the same location. This is where you go in the story and you find the body of Amora, right? It's like right in there. And that's where the Dark Realm Delphs are, right? And then we have the fort that's over here. That is Jorah's Homestead. We're going to see Jorah's Homestead. So it kind of makes sense that, you know, they overlap this perfectly, right? The cavern, the Jorah's Homestead, the Shrine of the Bear Spirit, right? Because that's where the little Shrine of the Bear Spirit is in Guild Wars 2. There's the little ruins with the bear statue in the middle. That's because that's where the Shrine of Bear Spirit is, right? Dark Realm Delves in the same location. But then when you go to the second half of BR Marches, you know, they didn't even take an area that we had available, right? They kind of like, and then they added these shrines in that have never been there in Guild Wars 1. So it kind of felt like there's two different teams working on it, right? The first team was very making sure that everything is like perfectly aligned, and the second team had to work on this part of the map, and they were like, well, nothing is fitting, so we're just going to put whatever in there and make it look whatever, and this is not at all what it was before, right? And then we're just going to add Sifhala down here, which is now underground in like this icy whatever, but it kind of makes sense that it's underground too, because remember, Sifhala is down in this little valley, right? So if you imagine a giant like because the water, right? Remember, this is all water that kind of spread from the north, right? They open up, Jormag's Awakening opened up like this sea, this inland sea. This doesn't exist in Guild Wars 1, right? This is all like, there's way too much water here, so it could have caused the mountains to kind of shift here, you know, causing these avalanches that then froze over because of Jormag's power, and now Safala is underground. So it does make sense that it would be in this icy glacial cave that we see around here, because it could have been the water kind of pushed all these mountains out of sight and caused like a huge avalanche to cover this whole side of the mountain there, and now everything that was there in Guild Wars 1 on ground is now underground in this icy cave, right? So that kind of makes sense a little bit, but it still feels a little, as you guys can kind of like, as we look at this map, and I don't think I did that in the comparison stream, but if you look at this map, it's kind of a little janky. You know, there's like, you know, the homestead, the area of the homestead looks different. I mean, I just said the mountains kind of shifted, but they shifted in a very convenient way where the shrines weren't destroyed, and the mountains just shifted around them, and that's kind of, it seems kind of convenient and weird, and you know, whatever. But I kind of want to show you guys that, you know, as we venture through this area, because this is one of my favorite areas in Guild Wars 1, because it's so open and there's not really like, yeah, you have a group of Norn out here and you have Egil, but other than that, you don't, you know, you have an abandoned, haunted homestead. You have all these like bison and orcs, and this evil Norn up here, and this mystery of the worms up here, right? And it feels like this very far out area in the mountains that's kind of removed from society, right? There's not much going on out here. So kind of wanted to show you guys that, talk about that. But we have Bear Spirit here. I don't know if we can actually talk to Bear. Regards you gravely. If you are prepared to cleanse Rose Homestead of the charred taint, then you must lead her into Biara Marches. So this is the spirit of Bear, and we're actually going to be hanging out with her. So let's go do that. And so we can Eagle. No. What do I need to do? Oh, and I need to talk to Bear. I'm like, I know I need to do something. Okay, the char is as good as dead. I will lead the way. Okay, so now we have to journey to Biara Marches. So we're actually going to go to the area of Biara Marches and find out what's going on. Did I actually ever talk to him after? I did not, so we got some more points. Yeah. But yeah, I know that was a lot, like, tangent, but I kind of wanted to, I know that in the comparison streams I don't think I completely correctly talked about all this, but this is BR Marches in Guild Wars 1. And Egil says the char are formidable, but with Bear's blessing you will defeat them. Okay, so we have to go to, this is the Shrine of Bear. So again, in Guild Wars 2, this is actually where you will find the Bear Shrine. We just looked at the map, right? But we have actual char that we have to face here. So we haven't faced char in Guild Wars 1 in a long time. Up these mountains, we will find a shrine that holds great power. How will the shrine help us defeat the char? And Egil says, the shrine channels Bear's strength into those it deems worthy. Lead us there, and Bear shall bestow this blessing upon you for your coming fight. All right. Jorah says, do as the Egil says. He will not lead us astray. Do as the Egil says. Do as Egil says. It's a name. It's not a title. Oh my god, there's so many enemies around. Holy crap. I don't want to die. Gotta revive my pet. Egil died, no. Luckily in Eye of the North, it doesn't matter if these NPCs survive or not. In the other Guild Wars 1 expansions and stuff, it was always like, Menlo has to survive, or Togo has to survive, or whoever has to freaking survive. And it's just like, oh my god, and if they happen to die, which is not something you can ever really, like, many times you don't, it's out of your control really if that happens, because if you get overwhelmed by enemies or something, it's bad, you know. But yeah, it's kind of stupid. So here we get a little bit of a wooden barricade, and then we have the char camp, which is right in the middle of the homestead. So we have to actually get through barricades, but first we have to venture north to get to the spirit, the shrine spirit, the spirit shrine. What does it say? Shrine of the bear spirit. Right. While I like Jorah I as a character, once I think I'm done with the Norn story, I'm probably gonna take her out and add Livia back in, just because I think Livia probably is a little bit stronger and helps out a little bit more than she does. Nothing against her, but I think it would just be nicer to have a spellcaster in the group. I need Ember to like level up more. Superb char carving, also another thing that you want to keep. There's something later on that you can get for those as well. Train coming through, it sounds strange. Sometimes some of these trains sound really weird. Like, I don't know how many different kinds of trains come through here, but some of them sound weird. Frozen elementals, char. We have so many enemies around. What the heck is happening? Oh my god, we got ambushed from behind. Uh-oh, our forces are spread thin. Okay, let's attack the char over here first. Char warriors are annoying enemies. Egil died, that's okay. I want to get the first group of char out of here. Alright, I think we're okay. I don't have any energy. Perfect. We're doing great. What? Oh, my view is obstructed. I'm like, why am I getting this? There we go. Alright. We did pretty good there. Avalanche, let's take care of that first. Yeah. I got hit with water trident. Alright. We're almost there. See a little light coming down, so that kind of tells you where the spirit, the shrine is. So in 250 years, this is where the statue, right, in Bureau Marches, this is where the statue is. We just talked about that. So it's kind of cool to see how it, like, it evolves. They kind of build something different, because it doesn't look like that in Guild Wars 1 at all. Like, it's this little, like, little thing that's built around it. It becomes a little bit more majestic looking in Guild Wars 2, I would think. We have a boss here, though, a boss of the Char. And a lot of char enemies around as well, so we have to be careful. But we have actually a healer here, if we can get rid of that guy. And Egil says, the shrine amplifies and focuses Bear's power. Stand your ground while I perform the blessing. Alright. We'll stand our ground. Shrine of the Bear Spirit. Hold fast, the char are coming. Raise your arms to battle. We have another char boss coming. There's no healer in this group, so we can just focus on the boss. Really realistically. Get rid of him. They do the bosses do way more damage than the regular enemies, so they're kind of, I guess you can kind of consider them like elites, I would say. You know, they're not necessarily like I would say dungeon bosses are like champions in Guild Wars 1, and then I would say that these bosses out in the world are probably more like elites. because they're not quite as difficult as champions are in Guild Wars 1. I mean, they can be in certain instances, but most of the time they feel more like just regular like elites or something in Guild Wars 2. So we have the blessing of bear that we can get, but we have bear, raven, and wolf, right? Again, snow leopard isn't on here, ever displayed as like a great spirit of the wild. So that might have changed in 250 years, but I think I'm gonna, what am I gonna do here? Get rid of one of these. Alright, we will cleanse the land. No char shall escape our wrath. Alright, so we go down and we have to go into the homestead, but there's barricades. Jorah says, oh, actually, Egil says, it is done. The spirit infuses you with bear's power. Call forth bear strength, unleash the beast within you, and let its fury purge the char from these lands. And then we say, we will cleanse the land, no char shall escape our wrath. And Jorah says, indeed, you're a special breed, Spearmaster Raleigh. Never have I heard of an outsider receiving Bear's blessing. Jesus, Blair's blessing? Bear's blessing. Okay, I want to kill these guys. But yeah, we can become the bear now. Wow. Alright, so we're bear now, which is super fun. We can attack. You guys see, like, we actually raise our paws up. And look at that. It's like, bam. The animation on that is really, really cool for Guild Wars 1. And then we have, so we have Urson Strike. We deal 70 damage twice. Then we have Urson Rage, which is 120 physical damage to enemies around us, which are these blades that come around us. So it's like an AoE. For 4 seconds, all enemies with earshot are weakened, and all allies deal plus 13 damage with their attacks. So this is great if you have like a lot of physical attackers in your group, like minions and stuff like that, because it's all allies, meaning minions as well. For 13 seconds, you move 30% faster and can break through wooden barricades. So we can put that on and we can run through this. So we get this like really cool this ability. We're just like, I wish there was an actual transformation into a bear, because it's just so badass. Like, and it's pretty decent damage actually. So we can cause weakness as well. So this is like really, really good to use. So we're just, this is the homestead here. Again, it was actually overrun by an avalanche as well, but then they built something to block it out. But it was still destroyed, because you can kind of see like the wall still crumbled from all the snow coming in. So this wasn't necessarily destroyed by the char. Might have been destroyed beforehand, but it was then overrun by the char. Alright. So we have some new char models. I don't think these models existed in Prophecies. Well, definitely not this one, because this is the Ritualist. And Ritualist did not exist in Prophecies. So this is definitely a new char. Bladestorms as well. These are warriors, but I think these are different models. I don't think you encounter anything like this in Guild Wars Prophecies. Which is kind of cool, because it kind of shows the development a little bit of the char into actually a playable race. Right, because there's different armor pieces and different like fur colors. We don't see them. Most of the char in Prophecies were all like brown, I want to say, like their fur color was brown and stuff. But we actually see some new models, some new horns, you know, like these horns, for example. Like you can make a char that looks just like this in Guild Wars 2, with these like straight back horns and this tiger stripe color. Like you can make a char that looks just like that, you know. There's the thing is with these guys is they're like upright standing, and I still wish we had an option to have like upright standing char, but whatever. Alright, Alright, so there's another barricade. Look at all these char that we have here. So many char. Clear the char! Yes, clear them out! As you guys can see, we're right at the inner. We have to... Wretched beast, now you will pay for what you have done to my home. So maybe the char caused the avalanche, and that was like their initial attack. Right, they went in and they caused an avalanche, and that's how they took over. Like they caused an avalanche coming from down from the mountains, and that's how they took over the homestead. Right, like that would be something the char would do. Something nefarious the char would do. Another char carving, great, we'll take that. We're gonna be clearing them all out, right? Because I think, I don't know if I have to clear all of them out or just the bosses, but might as well. Might as well clear them all out. Wow, that's a lot of damage I did there. Bam. Okay, Snowmender. So he's a boss, but he's a healer, a boss healer. That's always bad. When you have bosses that can heal, they heal for a lot more, they have a lot more energy, and they have a lot more survivability. So it's kind of depressing to deal with that, but we'll make it happen. I think with my knockdown skill, it'll be fine. If we just focus on that enemy. Oh, okay, well, we just got... Oh my god, he's already half dead. Go, 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 everyone, attack him. I'm gonna knock him down. And then that will... Oh god, meteors hitting me. Do you guys see the meteors coming down? It's not good. No, don't die! Oh my god, she died. Ember died. Guys, please, can we focus on one guy? I know you're all fighting other people. I'm gonna summon Ridlock right now. Char against Char, why not? It's very barbaric. Like, sending a 250-year or in the future, like future spirit to fight his ancestors like that. Kind of weird. Nice. Why always Vec? What's going on with that? Flame Shielder? I'm gonna go for that guy. Nice. Alright. I'm gonna try to revive my pet real quick. I want her to be in on the action. She's already level 13, you guys. So Egil, by the way, stayed behind at the shrine. He's like, you guys have to do that. I'm not coming with you, just so you guys know. So, we went on our own, but we're doing just fine. This is just a group of spell breakers there. That's kind of... Wow. Look at Ridlock just completely annihilating them. And we did it! Apparently, there was still one group there, but apparently we did it.
Now that felt good.
Oh god.
Now that we've
Hold on a moment, Ogden.
Like, we were supposed to be standing there, but Ridlock is in our way. So Jorah has a super cool suit.
Are you alright?
Ridlock, you're in the way!
Yes. Bear is pleased with what we've done this day.
Pleased enough to help us?
I will continue to aid you.
I mean, will the other Norn help?
That is for each of them to decide.
Can't we just rally your people and raise an army to fight the destroyers?
The Norn do not use armies. We fight alone, as true warriors should.
But we helped you.
And I will help you, Dwarf. I will speak to the others. But whether they help or not is their choice, not mine.
It will take forever to raise an army, one Norn at a time.
The Norn do not need armies.
Ugh, the Great Dwarf save me!
You know, he is only worried about his people.
I know, but he must understand. Norn are not like dwarves or men. We fight our own battles, our own way.
I think I understand.
And that is why you lead.
So we get this really cool background to the Norn society of Guild Wars 1, which has been kind of lost between the two games, right? Like, the idea of the Norn not banding together, right? It's like, because they don't have a government like structure, right? They have heroes among the Norn where you know, other Norn tend to gravitate towards, right? Like, that's why Gunner's Hold is this area, you know, where there's all these other people hanging out, because Gunner and his ancestors, right, are these big heroes of the Norn, right? So they tend to gravitate towards them. So they don't necessarily build societies together. They just have these groups of Norn that follow these big legends around, right? And they kind of tend to settle in like one area, and they're just like, okay, for the next, you know, whatever, how many years, we're gonna sit here and we're gonna hunt, right? And people might come and go. Like, we see all of these people here, you know, you gotta understand, these moments are frozen in time. Like, you know, this is not like a living, breathing world where people come and go, but you gotta imagine, like, these people might move on, and I might say, you know, we hung out with Gunner, we heard about his stories, we kind of learned from him, you know, he kind of taught us the techniques and the bravery that he used and whatever, right? And we're gonna move on, and we're gonna make our own legends, right? And they might only hang out for like a month and say, okay, well, we're not, you know, this dye trader over here might say, well, I'm gonna, you know, go somewhere else and sell my dye somewhere else, and maybe do, you know, create my legend, you know, maybe go find an enemy that I can get better dyes from, or whatever, right? Or like materials to create dyes or whatever, right? And she might decide that it's time to move on, right? So, but in Guild Wars 2, that has really been lost, right? Because they talk about, oh yeah, you know, we created Holbrack and everyone lives in Holbrack, and then everyone follows what Nude Whitebear says, and he's kind of like, you know, their president in a way, right? Where he just kind of has these, you know, they have factions, like the followers of Wolf are kind of like the police, right? They kind of police the area and stuff like that, and his son is in charge of them and stuff like that, and they have like actual groups of Norn. But it doesn't really, like, that's not how it is in Guild Wars 1. In Guild Wars 1, these are like, any Norn can do whatever they want to, right? Yeah, some Norn, you know, like I said, gravitate together towards these big legends, these big heroes, but many of them just kind of come and go whenever they want. They don't care, right? They just go, and they don't have a government structure, right? They just, like, they do whatever they want. So it's not like, you know, Ogden wants us to go to the Norn and say, hey, you guys have to make an army, right? And like band together, and Jorah is like trying to make him understand, like, that's not how we function as Norn. Like, we don't do that kind of stuff. We go our own ways. We go, you know, if we see, you know, if you see a group of Norn together that are hunting a target, it's probably like they're trying to race towards who can kill it first. They band together in the sense that they're both or you know, however many Norn it is, that they're hunting the same target, but they're not necessarily a group. Like, right after that hunt, they might fight each other, or they might just go separate ways, or whatever, right? And so, yeah, so, and it's kind of interesting to see that you know, it's been kind of lost between the games. You know, it's been kind of lost in that sense, which is kind of sad. You know, I would love to see more of the. Oh, I don't have an identification thing. I just used the last of that. We have some energy here. People need that. I know people need that. Do I need that? I don't need that. Do you need that? You need that. Yeah, I'm gonna give that to him. I want them to have a lot of energy, so there you go. Energy.
Never anger a Norn.
So it's really cool to see the difference. I know that a lot of people are upset about it, and I totally get it, right? Like, I completely understand it, but again, oh, I need to buy a identification superior. I gotta identify, what was it? This. What do we have here? Necromancer, Death Magic. We're gonna try. Ooh, I can get both, actually. I don't know if I'm gonna use either of these. I don't think I'm gonna use the Death Magic. I don't think I'm gonna use... Maybe I'll use that. Maybe I'll use that on Livia when she comes back in the group. We're gonna kind of keep this stuff in our inventory. It's fine. Our inventory doesn't fill up that much anyways. But it would be kind of cool. You know, I get it, you know, and I talked about this yesterday a little bit when we did, you know, we talked a little bit about Acantha and stuff yesterday. And, you know, we talked about the music and stuff was the actual subject. But we talked about, you know, it's 250 years between the two games. And ArenaNet does such a great job of really showing, you know, I compared it to ESO where you have like the same locations like hundreds of years apart that look almost identical, which in a world full of magic and like people being very active and doing things and, you know, things happening in the world, right? It's not like standstill, like moment in time kind of thing, but it's like things are actually happening. It's very unrealistic that a place would look exactly the same way hundreds of years later. Like there's no way, right? Because, you know, either you get more people living there, so you kind of it grows, or you have less people living in a like in a city or something, so it would actually like shrink or look different, or they would do something else with it or modify it in some way, you know. And I think Guild Wars Arena did such a great job, right? Like the Norn society has evolved over 250 years, so it's not terribly wrong to think that after the Norn were chased out of the north, right, like after Eye of the North, that their society kind of changed a little bit because they had to learn to kind of band together, right? In Guild Wars 1, they've never faced the threat of Jormag, right? Like Svanir is the first Iceberg that we know, and these Norn have never had to face the threat, right? And they're these hunters and they're far and few between, and like I said, they don't have a government and blah 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 blah. But then Asgeir fights like right over here somewhere, right? It's like where Asgeir fights Jormag, and you know, sends the Norn south, and they come all the way down to like wherever it is, like somewhere wherever Holbreck is, like somewhere down here somewhere. It doesn't really matter, but you know, and they travel south because they now have like a threat that they can't, you know, up until this point it was always like, oh, you know, all these enemies, all these bad guys, you just have to find the right hero to kill them, right? And they then are regarded as a legend among the Norn, and they're like pretty important and blah blah blah, whatever, right? And it's all great and awesome and cool. But Jormag being a threat that even the mightiest of Norn could only chop off one of the like fangs of it, right? And you know, lost that battle, or you know, kind of fled that battle, and you know, like it's the first time that they have a threat that they can't defeat single-handedly, right? So they have to learn after 200 years, right? And I think it's only like 200 years since Jormag awoke, or not even that much, right? Like since they traveled south. I don't know exactly the dates, but you know, it's in my, if you guys want to watch it, my video is coming out tomorrow for the Shiver Peak Mountain, so tomorrow you guys can actually watch that video and find out, but it has the specific dates on there. But Jormag drives them south, and in that process, right, in that process of moving south to Holbreck, establishing Holbreck, they learn that they kind of have to band together. Not necessarily as an army, but it's just kind of like, you know, we're kind of stronger together. And they're learning a little bit from the Char, which have their war bands, and the humans, which have their armies and their little factions. You know, they have the Ministry Guard and the Ministry themselves, and you know, they have the Shining Blade and the Seraph and like all these different, right? And they're learning from, even the Asura have their peacemakers, and they have like, you know, the Sylvari and stuff. Like, they're not necessarily learning from the Sylvari, because Sylvari are only 25 years old, and they're, you know, at the start of Guild Wars 2 at least, and they're learning from the other races themselves. But they're learning, I think I would say, more from the Char and from the humans, right? Where they're like war bands and armies and whatever, right? And they're kind of banded together. And I think the Norn are looking at that and they're like, you know, maybe we need to do that too. So to the people, right, the point of that whole tangent, the whole rant is like, to the people that are disappointed in how different the Char are, need to understand that it's, you know, it's a different world. Like, look at, you know, and if you say, well, it's only 250 years. Well, look at the United States. The United States isn't even 250 years. And look at how different society is from how it was back then to how it is now, right? Like how different the culture of the American people is. Completely different, right? Like the language is different. Everything is different, right? The cities have changed, right? Like everything has changed so much, right? Like over 250 years, it's completely different. And so people need to understand that there is, in things like in society and stuff, like ideas start to kind of change. And I think in the start of Guild Wars 2, they're kind of stepping away from the idea that Norn always have to do everything alone, and they don't have to band together, and they don't have to do, like, you don't hear that in Guild Wars 1. You don't hear that often, that the Norns say they have to do a fight alone. They say, like, I'm Norn and I'm strong and whatever, right? But they, like, you can see that they kind of band together a little bit, you know, and it's really, really cool. I think that's something that is actually it's a plus to the world building, to the lore aspect of Guild Wars 2, that this world really feels alive. Because it feels, Guild Wars 1 feels, you know, Guild Wars 2 feels different to Guild Wars 1, but it's still different, or it's still the same world, and it makes, the changes make sense. They're not just like, ugh, whatever, right? But they're like, they actually make sense in the way that they're implemented, for the most part. Obviously, it's not perfect. You know, we can't say it's perfect, but obviously it's you know, it's definitely there. Like, it's good. So anyways, so we did all that, right? Like, that was a big little journey, like a big journey that we did, right? We did Safala, we did all the stuff over there with the Norn Bear, and then we went to the Jago Moraine, we looked at all that stuff there, went to the Haunted Homestead, then we came here. It's kind of weird because when you start the mission, you don't actually start directly, like, the portal actually exits here. They actually put you, like, what, right over here, I want to say they start you? Like, it's not quite exactly the correct, like, location, but yeah, we started, like, down here, I want to say, and then we had to, like, journey north to the shrine, and then go into, like, this is what the barriers are actually on the map. So there's a barrier there, there's a barrier there, there's a barrier there, and then we kind of went south, and there was a barrier here, and then that's where the last group was, right? And this is where the actual Joris Fort, or whatever it's called in VR Marches, right? That the first fort that you go to in the first episode, not the prologue, but the first episode of Icewood Saga, right? Like, that's that location. The old Joris homestead was now kind of built by Norn, and is like this little outside homestead, all lonely in the VR Marches, you know. But yeah, anyways, so again, another rant. I'm sorry guys, but I hope you guys enjoyed that little lore discussion there. And I know that I'm probably in the minority in being okay with the way that the Norn were treated for the most part. I do understand that they kind of like, I wish they would, in Guild Wars 2, like, one thing that I wish that I think they kind of need to lean into is the spiritualism that the Norn have in Guild Wars 1. They kind of tried to do Icewood Saga, but Icewood Saga was cut so short that I think that part where they were kind of doing that, right, with, like, Owl coming back and stuff, and us freeing the corrupted shrines and stuff, I think they kind of cut that off to the point where we didn't get all of that, right? But I want them to kind of go into, like, a little bit more of the spiritualism, because the way that the early Guild Wars 2 Norn are portrayed, or in the early story or whatever, the way they're portrayed is, it's more like they're you know, we don't really get the background to the shamans and the shamanistic side and stuff like that. Like, we get a little bit of that with Icewood Saga, but I would like to see more of that, you know, kind of lean into listening to the spirits of the wild and kind of interacting with them a little bit more, rather than just like, oh yeah, Norn are just strong and, you know, whatever, and we just have to, like, fight, like, armies and whatever, you know. It's like a little bit more of that what's going on with the spirits of the wild kind of.
Are you hunting
but anyways,
something?
so in our journey for Northern Allies, Olaf Olafsson being, you know, he's another big hero of the North, right? So we have Jorah on our side, and she kind of says, well, you know, I can talk to the other Norn, and I can try to, like, convince them to help us, but that doesn't mean that I can raise an army, right? So Ogden gets frustrated, but we do have another avenue, because we were told by Gunnar that there is Olaf Olafsson, who is, you know, revered among the Norn, and he's kind of like somewhat of a leader, like, you know, in a hero among the Norn, and so he's kind of, people tend to follow him, right? So the idea is, well, if you can get him on your side, maybe he can rally some Norn to him and say, hey, you know what, like blah blah blah, whatever. So this is our other avenue where the whole Jorah thing was kind of like, we're trying to help Jorah so that she would help us, but the only thing that she says is like, I can talk to them, I'm gonna help you guys, but that's all I can offer is my own help. I can't offer other people's help, you know. But yeah, so Olaf is the other one. Allies? Surely you jest, but since Jorah speaks well of you, I will give you a chance. Meet me outside the shrine. Hey, I'm doing well. How are you, Emily? Welcome in. Welcome in. At the end of my, like, you know, I had like all these rants for like 20 minutes. So, meet me outside the shrine of the Raven Spirit and we will discuss matters further. Okay, so he says, you know, he'll indulge us, but we have to meet him at the Raven Shrine. So we've dealt with the Wolven, right? With the Wolven shrine, like with the Spirit of Wolf, and then the Spirit of Bear, last one, and then now we're dealing with the Spirit of Raven. Vision of the Raven Spirit. Discuss, quote unquote. But before we do that, I keep forgetting to do that. Let's read in our Hero's Notebook. You know, we've kind of read a little bit about, you know, we read all of the stuff. I love this book thing or whatever, but we have the Northern Allies, right? So I don't know if we really read this or not, but I'm gonna read it again. So Ogden feels our best course of survival is rallying allies against the destroyers. After being chased from the depths, I can see his point. Precious few dwarves and humans live in this land. I think I read this last time, but we'll read it again. And the few who do aren't here to hunt monsters. The largest group of natives in the mountains are the Norn, a proud, independent race of huge shape-shifting warriors. The first Norn we met, Jorah, was friendlier than most, but she has lost her ability to become the bear. Because she can't change her shape, she has little status among her people, but she may be our best hope for convincing the Norn that the destroyers are a threat. Ogden certainly hopes so. So we help her. Curse of the Norn Bear. Jorah is cursed when she entered a taboo area. She lost her shape-shifting ability while her brother transformed into the monstrous Norn Bear. With our aid, Jorah confronted and defeated her brother. To show her gratitude, she has joined our group. Ogden is now searching for Olaf Olafsson and other powerful Norn who can aid us in our quest. Jorah must seek out Egil Fireteller, an elder Norn who can teach her how to regain her honor. I think we can do both, though Ogden grows more frustrated by the day. So then we did Blood Washes Blood. That was the last thing we just did. Under Egil's guidance, Jorah sought to redeem her honor and her name by retaking her hearthstead. Jorah's family home had been overrun by marauding Char from the south, who left it destroyed and abandoned. Not really abandoned. They were all there still. We dealt with the Char through the blessing of the Bear Spirit, a holy guardian of Jorah's people. Despite this, Ogden is sorely disappointed. He had hoped that by helping Jorah, we would recruit other Norn to our cause, but evidently that is not the Norn way. Jorah will speak to her fellow warriors, but they will all make their own decisions. Alright, so, and then now we're doing this. So, there you go. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I always love playing Gilbert's One. Gilbert's One is fun. Our pet is also growing. I don't know. Is she gotten bigger? Yeah, I think she's gotten bigger. Look at how huge she is now. She's massive. And she's only level 13. She's growing another 7 levels. So Emperor is going to be massive. Alright, let's get the blessing here. I always like to get the blessing. Oh, how many points did we get? Ooh, look at this, guys. We're 8 points away from being a Slayer of Beasts.
Who sent you?
And then this increases. We have 60 maximum health now. Plus 60 maximum health, I'm sorry. But yeah, so Olafstead is overlooking. Remember, the story here, and I don't know if this is champion 7th was overlooked where it felt the grass covered haven little tales. Yeah, no, there was somewhere along the I think when we learned at Gunner's Hold, we learned about Olaf. They were talking about how his family guards over the Raven Shrine from Olafstead. Remember, like, you can see everything from up there, and the Raven Shrine is over here. So he's kind of like the protector of the Raven Shrine in a sense. He's not necessarily a shaman, but his family has kind of overlooked this whole area, which has the Raven Shrine over there. So god, my phone is like blowing up. Alright. So I want to get some 8 points here so that we can become the hunter or the slayer of beasts. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope your Tuesday was good. My weekend is looking a little chaotic, just so you guys know. I don't know how loud the music is. The music sometimes is like really loud. I already turned down the music. If it's too loud, let me know. But my weekend is gonna be kind of chaotic. I'm trying to get, so tomorrow we have a new video coming out for the look, we got another bottom right map piece. There's ice imps. So I was kind of talking, oh, what are we facing here? Oh, there's ice imps right here. So I was talking about how this is what ice imps look like in Guild Wars 1. So they look weird, they have like little beards and stuff, and they don't fly. They're more like akin to like gargoyles in a weird way, in the sense that they kind of like hang out. So they're not the same as they are in Guild Wars 2. They definitely do look different, but they're dangerous nonetheless in Guild Wars 1. Very dangerous. Okay, I just need two more enemies and then we level up. So I wanna level up real quick. Not level up, but tier up on our reputation. But yeah, tomorrow is the Shiver Peak Mountains video. So it's actually perfect that we're doing the Norn today, that we're playing the Norn area, because tomorrow, if you guys are following my videos that are releasing, we're going to be learning about the Norn and the Shiver Peak Mountains and the dwarves and stuff in my new video. Coming up tomorrow. But yeah. Anywho, alright. So we're now a Slayer of Beasts. And so our total maximum health is now 70, plus 70. So we get all this health. Like, we're so healthy. It does not apply to my pet, unfortunately, which is kind of sad. It's kind of sad. But yeah, these guys have like a lot more health now, which is really good.
Who sent
I'm gonna fight you.
Never
All right.
anger no.
Never anger anyone. Yeah, you heard it here, guys. Never anger. Alright, so here we are. We have Olrun Olaf Dot here, and a bunch of Norn guards, and Olaf Olafsson. So she is the daughter of Olaf. I don't know if she has any dialogue.
goes there?
None shall pass.
Are you hunting something?
Are you worthy to be my prey?
Why are you
I've
here?
come for the hunt.
Who sent you?
They just say random stuff. Alright, what's going on over
Who
here?
sent you?
Here's a bit of advice. Never interrupt two Norn in discussion. An errant backhand comment might knock you right off your feet. Okay? If you're in need of allies, then perhaps the wisdom of Raven can help you. Are you ready to discuss? I'm ready. Always ready to talk. Uh-oh, discussion means fighting. Remember, guys. The Norn are all about might. So we have to show that we're worthy. Alright, let's kill these guards. Or not kill these guards. Defeat these guards first. Go, go, go. Oh my god, Olrun is really strong. Alright, cool. So he says, by Raven's Wing, what sort of beasts are these? And they're talking about these destroyers. So they're actually the group of Norn hanging out with us, and they're gonna help us, but they're encountering the destroyers for the first time. So it's kind of showcasing the spread of the destroyers at this point, right? Remember, they're like a recent threat that's coming from deep below, but they're now spreading, and they're going across them. They're spreading across the mountains. The Norn haven't encountered them yet, but this is so one of the leaders with a group of Norn is now encountering them, and they're dying. Oh, because we have healers. Are these healers? No, they're not healers. But I still don't like them. Kill the destroyers first. The destroyers of hope. Which are the necromancers. on. Everyone's dying, but it's just the NPCs that are dying. So no big deal. I don't know if Olaf needs to survive or not. Probably not. It probably doesn't matter. Alright, let's get this last guy. See how strong these guys are? Oh. Got a little sign of the raven.
What were those things?
They're called destroyers. They're the threat we have warned you about.
This is the North. Threats are an everyday part of life here.
I'm afraid this is more than just a passing threat.
What do you mean, Vec?
Given their numbers, I think there's an active gate nearby. One that links back to the central transfer chamber.
Which has been captured by the destroyers.
Precisely.
Which means all the Norn lands will be overrun. Unless we do something. Bah! If they show up at my doorstep, I'll greet them with an axe.
My friends mean to say that these destroyers make for a challenging hunt.
A hunt? So why didn't they say so? Come, let's take the fight to them then.
So Jorah had to translate a little bit for us, right? Because they're thinking, oh yeah, if these Norn show, oh, she's laughing. They will like emote randomly, like they'll do like random emotes. Sometimes they'll like rock out. They'll do different things, just hanging out. But Jorah is trying to kind of translate a little bit for us, right? Because they're just thinking like, oh, if these Norn show up, we'll just kill them, right? And it's like, well, they actually make for a challenging hunt, right? These are not just like regular enemies, but there's a little challenge to them. And he's like, oh, okay, why didn't they just say that? It's like, well, we don't know the Norn, terminology and stuff. More, wait in the cave. Let's take the fight to them. My daughter will stand guard here. The rest of you should speak to me when you're ready to enter the shrine. These destroyers had better be worth the trouble. Here's a bit of advice. Yeah. I'm ready to journey. Okay, let's go. So, a gate too far. So, let's see. I guess we're probably going to get some dialogue, but we'll be fighting a lot of elementals and that kind of stuff. I don't know how good we're going to be here. How strong we're going to be. I want to fight the stalagmites first, preferably, because they summon all these spirits that are just really annoying to deal with. I'm going to summon Ridlock. He can help out. Pour it in. I have no energy because of these stupid spirits. That's why I need these stalagmites. But we have the Norn guards hanging out with us as well. So as you guys see, we have like 3 extra people from the mission, and we have Ridlock with us. So we have a lot of people hanging out with us right now. But we have to kind of journey north. I don't know if I... Can I just journey north here? I love this. Is one of my favorite like areas. They took a lot of the jade. This is like what the jade kind of looks like in the Jade Sea or whatever, but they colored it a little bit different, made it a little bit more bluish, and it's now like an icy cavern. So it's really cool. But we're going to the Raven Shrine. I don't know if there's like a mission. Help Olaf cleanse the shrine of the Raven Spirit. The destroyers are peering through the gate, hidden somewhere deep within the temple. That gate must be destroyed. Alright, so we have to destroy a gate. Oh, Ember died. Let's revive her. We have to go this way. But yeah, I love this. We're gonna see some really cool stuff in here. And that's why I think like an underground, like an actual underground expansion, would be really cool, because they could have all these different biomes, like icy caves. Like, I think Yala Delves is a beautiful map. I hate how linear it is in the sense that you travel down, but I love all the different, like, anytime you go to like new area, it kind of changes what it looks like. And that's what I imagine, if I think of all the other underground locations and stuff that we have in Guild Wars. So when you think about in Thunderhead Peaks, right, you have the Dwarven Cave, right? And like, imagine below that, like if we were to go down below that, you would go to an area that kind of represents a little bit of like what the if you go to the Desert Highlands, right, there is a there's that cave area, the dwarven cave area, right, with the destroyers and stuff like that. I could see a map looking partially like that, and then partially like the fractal of the dwarves, where you have these like giant bridges across huge chasms and stuff. It's very like Lord of the Rings, the way that it's designed and stuff. You know, that could be like one map, and then you would have like a map that looks like Draconis Mons, maybe, where there's just like these random spirits. This door is closed, so does it open, or do I, what's going on? Oh, it does open. Okay, so but yeah, so I kind of like, you know, I would love to see an underground expansion in Guild Wars 2. I think it would be really, really cool. It's never been the focus of any single, like, you know, expansion or Living World season or something. It's always been just like, oh yeah, we'll add a little bit of underground stuff here and a little bit of underground stuff here. But I want actual focus, and like, let's go to the, you know, dwarven homelands that we've never seen or not dwarven homelands, the Asuran homelands. Right, like where the original Asuran societies were. We're like, we know about the central transfer chamber, but we don't know, like, I'm sure they have underground cities somewhere, right? We've never seen those before. It'd be really cool to see those, you know. But yeah, so we come into this little cave, and it looks really, really cool. But there's the Shrine of the Raven Spirit, and Olaf says the Shrine of the Raven Spirit imbues you with its blessing. This magic will help you in your hunt. Invoke the power, and Raven shall protect you. Watch your step. That destroyer tremor is shaking, so we have to kill this guy here. Is shaking the place apart. Destroyers are coming out of the ground. Raven, protect us all, is what I say. Okay, so we have these other destroyers that are coming, and we have to defend against them. So, this is the part of the story. Remember, when we did the certain missions and stuff, you know, we kind of dealt with like random enemies and blah blah blah. But by the end of it, right, we were dealing with am I supposed to? Okay, I'm like, am I waiting on like what's going on? But by the end of it, right, when we were looking for rank and stuff, that's when the destroyers are attacking. They're coming out of the ground, they're slowly. So this is the same moment in time, right, where like in these certain lands right now, the destroyers are coming out of the ground, and we built the golem factory. The same thing is now happening here, where like in the north, the Norn are just doing their regular stuff, but all of a sudden there's like these destroyers coming out of the ground and attacking. Oh yeah, and we get these cool like faces in the ice. You guys see the face that's in there? I don't know if that's very clear, but there's an eye there, there's a nose, and then the mouth there. So that's kind of trying to get it because it's very reflective. It looks better from like, if you look far away and you squint, you can see it more clearly. But eye, nose, and mouth. Yeah, there's these weird ice faces. Like, so weird, right? There's all these mysteries still. Guild Wars 1 did such a great job of just like placing something randomly in there and then just being like, yeah, you wonder about that. Maybe that'll pop up at some point. You don't know. But it gives the material as they move towards something that includes something. They could say, oh, we're going to include this and we're going to make this a thing, you know? I don't know. I kind of love that. I don't know if there's like big faces like that around somewhere. There's one right here. But yeah, there's a big one right here, so that might even be clearer to you guys. I'll have my group handle the destroyers over there by themselves. They should be fine. Yeah, it doesn't fully reveal itself, I don't think. No, actually it does. Like, you can even see that's the mouth there, the nose, the eyes. But yeah, it's so weird, right? You're like, what is that? No one knows. It's just kind of there, which is super cool in my opinion. When I mentioned it again here, I know I really don't like saying it, but I gotta grow the channel, so I'm gonna try my best. But if you guys want to support the channel, you can become members. There's just like a little link, I think, somewhere down below. You get a badge in chat, and you do get you get access to emotes. The more I have up to 40 that I could give to you guys, but I only get like I think 4 or something to start with, 4 or 5 of them to start with. But as I get more members, I get more slots for emotes and stuff. So if you guys want to become members, obviously I would really appreciate it. Obviously you don't have to. Anyways, so Olaf says, by the great north wind, that was a battle. Thank you for your help. Raven Shrine is now secure. And Ogden says, our pleasure. Now do you see, these destroyers threaten all of us. And Olaf says, they fight with the strength of 10 bears. They may be just worthy opponents of an Orn. Vex says, enough idle chatter. We need to find the gate post haste. If you're finished slapping each other on your furry backs, perhaps someone could point me in the right direction. Olaf says, you have the patience of a badger, small one. The object you call a gate is at the heart of the temple. Follow the stench of these destroyers. Alright, so we'll take on the Raven Blessing. So just like the Woven Blessing and the Bear Blessing, we have this. Does the same thing, you know, it gives us more health, 20% block chance, Raven attacks, change my skills. So let's do that. We have Raven Talons. Gee, when we get like little scratchy animation there. And then we have Raven Swoop. I don't know if we can't really see, but I think it's strike at foe, strike target foe and all adjacent foes for 90 damage. And then we have remove blindness from allies within earshot, cause blindness to nearby allies for 9 seconds. Blindness is really cool in Guild Wars 1 because blindness is a duration based. It's not like, so and it did that in the beginning of Guild Wars 2 as well, where you would put blindness on an enemy, and for the duration they would have a chance to miss or something. I don't know if it was a chance, but look at these animations. They look really cool. So you have these claws, and then the swoop. Look at the swoop. Whee! Is like little I think it's little birds coming out or something. I can't really tell what it is. Is that what it is? I don't know. It goes by too fast. I can't see it. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so blindness. Where it was like duration based, and then eventually they did it like, okay, if you miss an attack, I think that wasn't like that in the beginning, I want to say. So they said like, you know, if you miss an attack, then blindness ends, right? It only lasts for 1. In Guild Wars 1, it's not like that. If you put blindness on an enemy, they actually have a 50, for that whole duration, they have the 50% chance to miss with their attacks, which is crazy. Like, that's a lot. You know what I mean? That's a lot, especially if you have like physical attackers and stuff, because that's, you know, they rely on their attacks hitting, right? Like spells are different, you know, it's all like the complexities of Guild Wars 1, right, are a little bit different. Where do we go? I don't even know where we go. Oh, we have to follow. As you guys can see, we have to follow. There's no destroyers this way, so that's the wrong way. We got to follow the trail of destroyers to where we need to go. So it's somewhere up here that we need to go. I was like, I don't know where it is. Uh-oh, my energy is about to run out. I'm about to lose my form. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to use that ability. Obviously, in the Woven one, it kind of helps you to know where to go. But if you know where to go already, like if you're redoing it, you don't actually need to use that ability. So they're enemies to each other. You guys see that? The elementals are not friendly with the destroyers, which makes sense. Again, that's kind of nice to see, right? That the spirits of the mountains here, these icy spirits that are within this cave, probably protecting the caves or something, are against these destroyers, which are these unnatural like attackers, right? They don't really fit in to the environment, and they're like these enemies. All right, let's use the Raven ability. Woo. fighting our way through here. These aren't too bad, but I will tell you guys later on it becomes really, really hard. So that's why before the last mission, I definitely want to get to the point where I have all of these abilities that I can use, because there's going to be some abilities later that are actually really nice to use against the destroyers, and I kind of want to get those beforehand. So, you know, there's going to be some abilities that I have to go get. There's the gate there. Well, there's a gate. I don't know if that door opens or not. I'm guessing. I would say. Oh, there's no destroyers over there, so those are Drakes. So we're on the right path. I think once we defeat these two, that door will probably open, I'm guessing. If I had to make a guess. Yep, there it is. Opens up. All right, let's go in. All right, so now we're a level lower. Receive. Okay, so I don't have the blessing anymore, but I can talk to Olaf and he can give me the blessing again. So I do want to use that. I think it's kind of fun to use. This dungeon, This is like an actual dungeon, and it's one of my least favorites, I want to say. I mean, like I said, we will see it all. I will be playing through all of that, given enough time. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I don't know if I want to do this tomorrow, if I want to do something else tomorrow. I'll have to kind of wait and see how I feel. I'm gonna do the Destroyer of Tremor over here. Can we like focus on one guy? Focus on one guy at a time. I think that's probably... I want to revive Ember. Oh my god, really? They're running after. Go, go, go. Look, I do no damage to them. They have such a hard shot. Like, they're level 28 and they have such a hard... so much armor. That's why magic is better against them, so I'm probably gonna have to modify my team a little bit. Take some of the physical attackers out. Like Jorah is definitely not gonna be part of that. Maybe Haida I might take out, I'm not sure. We'll have to see, because the last few missions of Eye of the North are pretty difficult, even if you're just doing them in normal mode, you know? I love the color change here, so it kind of becomes a little brighter, because you're actually going... Oh. I love that. And the colors, like the saturation goes up a little bit, because you're actually getting closer to the surface, right? Where like light comes through. So I love that, right? It's a little bit of the ambiance. You know, it changes a little bit from like, oh, we're deep below ground, to actually just we're wandering through this icy glacier here, right? And we're kind of closer to the top there. Oh my God, Ember died again. Oh my God, they're so strong. Holy crap. Alright. Venturing. Kind of like maybe go around. I'm trying to. I want to get this for sure. Let me get this. Resurrection Shrine, always nice to have. There's a gate down there. There's two gates, I believe. There's one on the other side. Maybe? Oh, no, maybe there's not. But yeah, so we're moving on. Once you do the dungeon, it actually is more involved. As you guys can see, there's a lot more map over down below here. You actually have to go through all of that in the actual dungeon. The dungeons in Guild Wars 1 are a lot more involved. Like, they literally take a while to actually get through because you have to physically travel really far. Alright, so here we are. I'm not going to get the Blessing of Raven. Raven isn't that strong, unfortunately. So I'm trying to just kind of use my regular abilities. Raven just kind of, the auto attack, I don't know if you guys read that, it just does bleeding. And I'm like, I already do so much bleeding as is that it doesn't really, I don't know, it's not that great, unfortunately. But I wanted to still kind of show it off and show you guys that blessing. Bear is still the best one, I want to say, I think. Like, on a technical basis, I think it does, like, the most damage. Oh no, Ember died again. Alright, Ember, you need to level up. I mean, we're fighting, like, really strong. Like, these are some of the strongest enemies that you can encounter in Guild Wars 1, right? Like, this is the very end of... I mean, obviously, there's more that happened between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. Like, even development-wise, there was stuff that was done. We're going to be playing through Guild Wars Beyond as well, which is, like, its own thing. It's kind of like a Living World season in a weird way, like different Living World seasons where you kind of find out about the world and you know what happens after you leave those areas and stuff. It's really, really cool. Like, some of my favorite content is the War in Kryta. It's really cool and it has, like, you know, it really you know, if you want to know the most you can about the Mersat and the White Mantle and stuff, there's a lot of cool things that that the War in Kryta really like teaches you and talks about and shows and stuff, like, for just having the most knowledge. You know? Like, I think the Mersat and the White Mantle and stuff have been, like, some of the biggest discussed things in all of... Wow, all of our helpers have died to this sinew guy. These axe-wielding warriors, you know. We focus on one guy. Immune to burning. I keep trying to burn them, but... I love how it says immune to burning, but I'm using bleeding. Is it because they're on fire? It might be because I'm using, like, other people's setting them on fire abilities. Alright, lovely. Resurrection Shrine, always want to use that. I don't even know where I'm going. Oh, I need to go past here. I think I need to go not down here. Where do we go? Oh, it is down here. I was gonna say, Mike, doesn't that look like there's a path? Oh my god, it's so deceiving. There's the gate, you guys. The gate is right in front of us. So we have to get through all these destroyers here. I love how they're all spread out. So let's attack this guy. And Vex says, interesting, we actually meandered our way to the gate. Ogden says, and as I feared, it's overrun by destroyers. Vex says, you have an amazing command of the obvious. We can dismantle the gate, but it'll take time. I suggest you distract the destroyers. Perhaps you could bleed on them. Perhaps you could bleed on them. That's really bad. Oh, my pedestal. I'm gonna summon... Is this... I want to summon Ridlock again. Amber, don't die again! Oh my god, Amber died again. Jesus, they have so much health. Destroyer of Beads. Let's see if we can get him. Jesus. Cha-cheek, cha-cheek, cha-cheek. Oh my god. This is so bad. I mean, it's like, it's just a war of attrition at this point. Like, and conditions aren't the greatest against these guys. Alright, Ember leveled up. Ember's level 14 now. That's the Destroyer of Hope. Order of Pain. Yeah, these guys are really supportive of their melee friends, so we want to get rid of these guys. Let's attack these melee guys. Oh my god. I do like no damage. 1, 5, 2. Maybe I should have taken Raven's Blessing. The music is about to loop. That's how long we've been at this. I don't know if everyone can hit them because you guys are behind that pillar, so I'm gonna move everyone here and then have them all attack him. Oh, fire doesn't work on them. I keep forgetting that every time. Alright, so now we have to destroy the gate. The Sewer Undergate, attack! Oh god, there's a destroyer coming. It's fine. Just focus on the gate. The other Norn can take care of the... Oh, never mind. They're not attacking that either. My god, this... Let's kill this guy. I knew he's gonna knock us down again. So annoying. Alright, there we go. Uh-oh, more destroyers are coming through. Focus on just the gate. Destroy that gate. Destroy that gate. There it is, we did it!
That was a battle worth fighting. These destroyers are worthwhile foes.
He seems happy.
A Norn only does what a Norn chooses to do. Pity your dwarf does not quite understand that.
So, my friend, will you gather your forces together to fight the destroyers? I will gladly tell others what wonderful prey they are. But will you gather an army? Norn have no need of armies. We are Norn. Great dwarf, give me strength.
Olaf, it was a good hunt. My friend wants to hunt more, but he is not Norn. He needs more people to help.
Is that all? I know your king, little dwarf. I can send a message to him. Will that do? Yes, yes, that will. I will send a message to Jealous Ironhammer. I will tell him to meet you near the human encampment, near your Eye of the North. It will take some time. I don't know what to say.
I do. Thank you, Olaf, seventh son of Olaf. You have done us a great favor. You are welcome to hunt destroyers anytime.
Just try and stop me. Off you go!
Alright. This is really cool. There's like this, you know, again, we built the understanding, you know, of like what it means. You know, we can ask him, but he pretty much is saying like, yeah, I'll support you guys. Like, I'll bring whoever wants to come with me, and we're gonna meet your king. And if he wants to go on a hunt with us, you know, if the little dwarf need help, you know, we'll hunt them down. You know, they make worthy prey, so we can help them out or whatever, right? And so we kind of, that's how we get our Norn friends to help us, right? Like that's pretty much, we have to go into the battle depths to see Jealous Ironhammer. Jealous Ironhammer, remember, Jealous Ironhammer did come, we did meet him, right? And he was part of the story way early on. Remember, he was down here, you know, obviously not on this character, but we dealt with him in Prophecies, right? He was this really cool guy that initially let us journey across the mountains, and once we returned, we actually helped him with the Civil War, right? But he's come now, this is many years later, right? Remember, this is like 6-7 years later after all this stuff is going, all of the prophecy stuff has happened, right? But he's come now here because they're facing the destroyers, and after the Civil War, they've lost a lot of dwarves in the Civil War. So they don't quite have the army anymore to fight back against the destroyers by themselves. So we have Gwen's little garden over here, which has a Petmaster hanging out. A little bit of Ascalon out here in the mountains. Let's go fight this guy. We haven't encountered him yet.
Are you hunting something?
So we're gonna go see Jealous Ironhammer, see if he has received the message that Olaf sent him, pretty much saying like, hey, yeah, we'll help you guys, you know, we'll hunt them down with you guys if you want it, that's fine. So now we have to journey again. We're going through a dungeon, but we're not actually going through a dungeon, you know, going into the heart of the Shiver Peaks. We're actually going close to back outside the Viraja Fells, which I guess we could have gone from there. Let's do that, actually. I don't want to go through here yet. Let's go from Olafstead. Why not? That's a great idea, I think, actually. Did we level up at all? No, we're still Slayer of Beasts, but we're getting there. Let's read about what we just did. So as you guys can see, we're slowly getting to the point, you know, we have now filled out the northern allies, and all that's left is doing the Vanguard, and then we have the few little missions after that to do. But let's read A Gate Too Far is what we just did. So Olaf Olafsson is a typical Norn. He's willing to discuss things rationally, but he's always ready to fight to get his point across. He deigned to meet with us, but our discussion was interrupted by, you know, discussion being the little brawl that we had, right? Was interrupted by a large group of destroyers attacking Raven's Point. Olaf traveled with us as we sought the source of this corruption. We soon discovered, as Vex surmised, that a functioning Asura gate lies beneath a nearby shrine. Olaf is now committed to fighting the destroyers, though he doesn't seem to care that they desecrated the shrine. He's more concerned with finding worthwhile prey. Still, he has proven a valuable ally. Olaf also contacted the Dwarven King, Jealous Ironhammer. Soon, Ogden's people will arrive, and the battle against the destroyers will continue. So I think technically in the story of how everything kind of flows best together, I think the best thing is to do the Norn last, because they lead into meeting the dwarves, which the dwarves are like, okay, you have everyone banded together, now we can go attack, right? They become like the faction that kind of leads a little bit in the fight against the destroyers, because they were the ones that initiated all of that, right? So it's actually, technically, I would be doing, like, if I were to do it in a sequence that's more akin to like how the story goes, I would do the Ebon Vanguard first, then I would do the Asura, and then I would do the Norn, is usually how I would do it. But I wanted to do the Asura first because of the because of getting Ember on the team, right? But you know, whatever, you can do it any way you want to do it, and it's not like you know, it's gonna be so far and few between that people don't remember exactly what the story was or whatever once we go back, because we're gonna go back to Jalis Ironhammer after this fact. Like, we have to go. He's pretty much gonna be like, okay, well, you still have to get the Ebon Vanguard on your side and kind of shoo us away. I think not shoo us away, but it's just gonna be like he doesn't have anything until past that point for us, you know. So. Yeah, so we're still Slayer of Beasts, where it's kind of crazy. Like, we might get another level. I'm hoping for this. I don't know how much we're getting in rewards. We're getting 1,000 Norn reputation. I guess that's not quite enough to get us to the point where it's 8,000. Yeah, so we're not gonna quite level up. That's okay. Yeah, trust me, by the end of doing all of the dungeons and all of these different things, it's gonna be like, we're gonna be crazy strong. Like, we're gonna be crazy strong with these PvE abilities and stuff. I want to be really, really strong because many of the dungeons are really tough to go through unless you're like really prepared. I'm not doing them in hard mode. I just want to show you guys, like, in hard mode. I'm not doing hard mode, but I want to show you guys the dungeons, but not make it difficult to the point where it's frustrating, because it's frustrating. Because when you go through a dungeon and you end up wiping to the point where, like, you know, because you guys know how like the death penalty works, right? And so the more death penalty you have, you can get up to -90, right? That's like taking all this energy, and it's going to be impossible to defeat certain bosses in dungeons. The more, like, if we have like a -60 on there, right? Like, it's going to be impossible, which means that we would have to reset and redo the whole dungeon. And some dungeons, like many dungeons, most dungeons have 3 levels. So you go through a whole level, you know, have to defeat a boss, have to open a door, have to do whatever, right? Go into the second level, do the same thing again, go in the third, and then get all the way to the boss, only to realize that we can't defeat the boss because our death penalty is too high and our group doesn't have the right skills to you know, to function properly, like to defeat it, and you know, and do what it needs to do, right? So that's why I want to be set up. I want to have a group together. I want to get the pets and everything ready to go. Maybe have them, maybe in between streams, I'll level some of these pets up. Just kind of wander around. Like I said, I still want to wander around the different areas in the maps anyways, because I want to be able to do the menagerie quest that I talk about, where I get all of the different pets from everywhere. So I do want to do that for sure. I can avoid these guys. So this is the area I was talking about. You can kind of see like Olaf's set is up there, and we were able to look across here, and I showed you guys the like the little cliffs with the trees on there and stuff. I talked about how this is a griffin area, and I think we're about to see all the griffin enemies, because that's right down here, I want to say. Yeah, there you go. And you start seeing the griffins here. There's going to be a lot of them right here on the peak of this little mountain. There's more elementals than I thought there would be. There's a white wolf here, by the way. That was one of the options that we had for pets for this expansion. But I'm quite happy with Ember. She's a very unique pet, like a large iguana. Like, look how big she is. She looks so cool, dude. Like, she's like the predecessor to what the drakes are in Guild Wars 2. So I still kind of want to make a poison themed ranger in a way. Where I use like a short bow and I use like a poison dealing like pet and stuff. I don't know if that's a good build, but I think that would be kind of cool. Alright, so there, like I said, there's a bunch of elementals, and you guys can see there's so many griffins around here. I think there's also a boss griffin around. I think I'm gonna who are we fighting? I think I'm gonna fight this group of frozen elementals. I don't need them like. Uh-oh, we're about to be surrounded by all these Griffin. And Griffin are nasty enemies because I think aren't these healers? Aren't they all? Yeah, they're all healers. They're all monks, which means that they have healing abilities and stuff, and it can be quite frustrating. But look at these Griffin. Don't they look at how different they look to Guild Wars 2's Griffin. I like Guild Wars 2's Griffins more, because I feel like they're more to how you would see like Griffins portrayed in like mythology, of different like old stories and legends and stuff, and I think they look more realistic in that sense, I think at least. I wonder, where's the boss Griffin here? There's one around here, I know there is. Luckily these guys aren't too strong. They don't really have any healing. They mostly have smiting abilities, so that's not too frightening, honestly. But I kind of want to fight these enemies just because I need to level Ember up anyways. And I want Ember to be like full level soon. I don't see any bosses anyway. Interesting. Oh, I need to go over there. Oh, I gotta kill. Oh my god, I gotta fight these guys anyways. So I guess we might as well go and attack them. Wait, wrong way. There's two separate groups. Alright, let's find this group down here. The other group are gonna have to come around. I thought there was a boss here, but I don't see one. Maybe it's further north? I thought it was on the highest point it would be a boss, but let's see. Kill all the Griffins, kill all the Griffins, they all suck. A frosted griffin wing for 8 gold. Where everything else is like 20 gold, 20 gold, 30 gold, 30 gold. This is 8. Like, right? Yoo-hoo. Alright, I'm gonna talk to Ulron Fossa.
Why are you here?
Why are you here? To kill you! Alright.
Who sent you?
This is not 20 points. We have a little look, they have a little outpost here. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this dragon symbol is. I don't really know. But hello, there's oh no, these are dwarves. Is that the Brotherhood of the Dragon symbol? I'm not sure. That might be the Brotherhood of the Dragon.
What news
cool.
of the war?
But there's just some. They don't even have any dialogue. But it shows dwarves here, right? So kind of gives you an idea. There's a specific reason for that because we're now going to the battle depths. So this is the same area that we were in earlier. Remember, we were over here and we had to come over here, right? But we're actually taking the back door. So realistically, it makes sense because we entered here to come here and we entered here to come here, right? So this map actually is right in between this area right here. Okay, like this is like right in the mountain. In here is where the battle depths are, right? And right here is where all the dwarves are hanging out. And there's Chalice Ironhammer. And we have an audience with him, so let's have this audience.
Arise, Ogden Stonehealer. We thought you lost. How do you fare? We have killed many destroyers, sire. And you have raised an army to do this? This is my army, my liege.
I think he's talking about us.
Ogden has proved invaluable in battling the destroyers. We would have been lost without him.
Yes. Yes, you have done well. Very well indeed. I am sorry I could not gather more allies, my liege. It is not the size of the army that matters, but the strength in their hearts. And you have gathered the strongest warriors in the land. Come. My forces have traveled far to reach you, but the road before us is longer and harder still. From here we shall launch our final assault on the destroyers. This will be our base. You have done well, Ogden Stonehealer. We are indebted to you and your allies.
Alright, so remember, we were kind of cut off from, like, the dwarves and stuff when we initially came to the Far Shiver Peaks, because we destroyed the gate that was at Boreal Station and stuff, and we sent a message to, you know, we were kind of, we had no way to communicate even with the king, right? But then Olaf, and that's not something I really talked about, but Olaf was able to contact the king and say, yeah, I can send him a message to come up here and, like, tell him that the destroyers are here, that we need to come fight here. So Olaf pretty much helped us in actually getting the dwarves here, because, you know, they're not far away from the Eye of the North, right? They can, like, travel them. They've traveled the mountains many times, right? And we know that, like, Yaxbend is, like, out here, and, like, the iron mines, the horse, the, what are they called? What are they called? The something horse mines or whatever. They're not horse mines. I don't know why I think of horse, but you know, anyways, the dwarves live here, right? We have, like, a couple of outposts here and stuff like that. Grubel's Gulch and all these are down here, you know, so they're not too far away. So getting the message from Olaf, right? Olaf is like, oh yeah, I know you're king, right? I can send him a message. So we send him a message, and they come up here, and you know, we kind of tell Jalis, like, yeah, we've gathered allies, but this is pretty much it. And he's like, it doesn't matter how large, like, these are the strongest warriors of the north, and we are okay with you bringing these as our allies or whatever, you know. So you have done well. Thanks to your efforts, we have potential allies and a base for which to launch a counterattack against the destroyers. So we gain that, and he actually kneels in front of us, which is kind of cool. But yeah, so then the thing is, now we have to go back to the Hall of Monuments, because we have now finished up the Norn part of the story, right? So we're done with this, right? And now we have to do the Vanguard. And yeah, so I think let's see. No, I think we're gonna go. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I think I'm gonna take a short break here, actually. Yeah, let me take a short break, and then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna start the. I don't know. I was talking about, like, getting these different abilities and stuff like that. I might do that now a little bit, maybe. We'll look at the vision and we'll kind of look at that. I don't know how many abilities I can really get right now and what I want to get. There's a couple of Norn things that I want to get. There's a couple of heroes that we can get. We can do that. We can get a couple of heroes, a couple of skills, kind of switch it up a little bit between the story. Still, I'm gonna be doing a couple of streams in between the dungeons at the end of Eye of the North or whatever. It actually tells us the call of the eye. You feel the Eye of the North calling to you. So it's kind of, we have this weird connection to this thing. But we'll look at that in just a second. I'll be right back, okay? All right, we're back. I'm munching a little bit on my sandwich. My sandwich. All right. So I'm probably gonna munch on that while we're watching this. So we have another vision. Remember, we looked at two of them. The first one was kind of showing us, ooh, destroyers are coming up from underground. The second vision kind of showing us where they are in this cave, right? We're like, okay, that's where they're coming from. There's a big cave with the dragon right in the middle, right? And we're like, okay, what's going on with that? But we don't know anything past that, right? So let's try to figure out, look deep into the pool, the third vision.
Apparently, they have a leader.
And a nasty one at that.
It is as I feared. The end is truly coming.
What?
The creature that leads them is the Great Destroyer. The Tome of Rubicon said that the Great Dwarf and the Great Destroyer would meet in one last battle. And after that, the dwarves will be no more.
You don't stand alone. We'll defeat these creatures.
You don't understand. Win or lose, the time of the dwarves is over. The only question is it the end of the rest of you as well?
All right, so, sorry, I just want to finish that last bit of sandwich. We're gonna display the tapestry, yeah. And these are the Nightfall heroes, and they kind of pasted, this is a existing concept art, and they kind of pasted in the mountains, concept art of the mountains behind it. So kind of like this is Koss, this is I forgot her name, the Corsair, Margaret or whatever. And then this is Morgan. This is, I don't know who that is. That's not Milani. Like, that is the Whispers guy, right? Like, the Master of Whispers. But anyways, so we get a vision. We see the leader, right? The Great Destroyer is the leader, and we kind of know that. And the Tome of the Rubicon, he keeps calling it Tome of Rubicon, but it's Tome of the Rubicon, which talks about this legendary battle between the Great Dwarf and the Great Destroyer. Right? We don't really know what that means. We're going to find that out as the story goes on. But yeah, so we're kind of finding out a little bit more about the destroyers there. But what I want to do now is I want to go in and do a couple of fun little things. And we'll see how well I do. I'm trying to decide what I want to do here. So there's a couple interesting things. So as with the end of the Asuran thing, right, we looked for Haida, right? She was kind of like not, you know, in between or whatever. We got her in our group or whatever. I'm gonna kick Jorah out for now. I'm gonna have Livia in, but there's a couple of really fun things you can do in the Dwarven lands as well, or in the Norn lands that deal with both the dwarves and the Norn, right? And those are actually like really cool little side quests. We will do Polymach, which is also really awesome. We'll do that at some point, but I'm not doing that right now. But I wanted to do something that's really cool here. So we actually have Magni the Bison, and he has a solo quest for us. I laugh at heroes, I scoff at dragons, I even deride the titans. None have withstood my strong right arm. None have bested Magni the Bison. This tournament will decide who has the right to challenge me. You have something of a reputation among the other weaklings, but you will still need to defeat 5 opponents in my tournament before earning the right to face me, your 6th and final challenge. So you actually get you get 3 skills out of this if you can manage to defeat him. I'll defeat more than 1 opponent before I'm through. So you actually have to go in and do this, and you actually get the Bison Cup, which is this offhand, and it's okay. I mean, it's not bad, it's not great, but it's kind of nice to have because it's this cool little thing. And then you can talk to, so this little tournament that he has, there's a little arena right here. We're going to be fighting in this arena, and it's really cool. When you participate, you also get you can prove that you have bested the greatest competitors to offer bring me 5 Bison Championship tokens, and then I can get a crown or I can get an ale, right? And the crown is really cool because it's this in Eye of the North they introduced a lot of these headpieces that you could put on that are just like they don't have any attributes on them, and you can make them whatever you want to, right? And they adjust to whatever, like any character can wear them. So I might actually go for the crown at some point, you know, whatever. I mean, I don't know if I want to do that, but we'll have to actually get through this. This setup is, I don't think, going to be good enough, but we're going to try it anyways. You want to enter Magni's tournament? Ha! You do not. You do look a little more fit than some others, but certainly no match for Magni the Bison. That will be 100 gold for the honor of participating, and the cost of the pine box. So we have more than enough, so we're ready. Let's go. All right, so we're going to be facing off. So there's spectators around. Sometimes you can see some interesting characters. It's not a character we've met yet, so I'm not going to talk about him yet. But we're actually you can face off against all kinds of really cool characters, right? So there's like different henchmen that you can fight, different heroes, different people like that pop up in the story. Little Tom is actually one of the henchmen that you can get in Prophecies, if you guys remember, like our Prophecies playthrough. And he says, don't take this the wrong way, but you're not even half so intimidating as an angry Farrah Capo. Remember, Farrah Capo was way early on in the Prophecies. She was this character that we had to like escort, if you guys remember. It was the warrior escort that we had to do. So there's a little reference to that. I need these tournament winnings to settle some old debts, so I'm going to be beating you now. So you can face off against, like, it's a one-on-one battle against henchmen and heroes and stuff, like people throughout the story that you've met, and it's like always kind of random. But yeah, so let's go face him. Oh, he's casting Firestorm? Really? That's so lame. Go, Amber, do your thing. And like I said, I don't know if this build is going to be really that great, but we're doing okay. You know, we have some conditions and stuff that we can put on him. Come on, Ember. No, Ember died. Oh my god, I don't even know if I can do this. Come on. Amber, please don't die. Oh my god, this is so annoying. I can't even defeat him. Okay, so I'm just gonna die here. I want to try to maybe set up a little bit something else. So this is not a great setup to be doing this. Power. If there were anyone that could stand against little Tom, I'd knock him off of their feet. And once again, for good measure. Alright, so let's kind of try to do a little bit. Your animal companion. Okay, so I think I'm gonna take that out. Maybe we can look at some skills. Do we have a skill trainer here? I think we have one in the Eye of the North. I want to see if I can like really go ham on having the pet, because I think that is the one advantage that I will have, is actually having a pet.
Are you still here?
If I can have, if you have less health than your pet is healed. So this is like a healing thing. I might use that. Again, we don't have that much energy, but so you gain 9 energy. That's kind of nice. So I'm gonna kind of buy a couple of these skills, equip those. Hits. I don't have anyone with cracked armor right now. I kind of need that for energy. Let's see. I'm gonna take that out for a minute. Well, actually, you know what? I might need that, so he's suffering from a condition. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna do barbed. So I'm gonna try this out a little bit. I want to see how well I can do, how well I can get in there, and I don't know. We'll have to see, because there's actually, it's not just you doing a random thing and you meet all these different characters. There's actually something to doing this tournament, and I'm gonna try to see if I can make that happen tonight, and kind of you know, I kind of don't want to start the Ebon Vanguard story yet. I kind of want to do that next stream. We do that, kind of stretch it out a little bit. All right, let's go back in, and we're gonna fight the Great Zatuga. Remember, Zatuga was the guy in Nightfall that was like the hunter. He was going around and like taming these different creatures and stuff like that, and we met him like multiple times. We actually face off against him, and he says, "The greatest of all hunters is before you. Someday you will tell your grandchildren that this was the day you met a legend in the flesh." Remember, he's this like super arrogant guy that, so I wonder if we can. Oh, we're actually doing pretty good. He's not healing himself. All right, we did it. Victory! The Great Zatuga has allowed you to win so that you do not become discouraged by your failures. Let that be a valuable lesson to you. He's still as arrogant as ever, but we kind of meet. So there's a character called Xandra. So Egil is here. We have a spectator. Egil is hanging out here. And that's it. So Egil is here kind of watching this. This is kind of cool. You get some random characters here. I think they might be yelling stuff too as well. Like, Xandra is so elegant. Give y'all, Xandra is so elegant. You can do it. So Xandra is that chill you feel as Gren's hand upon your shoulder, sensing your imminent defeat. So this is an interesting character. We've never seen her before, and she's here in this tournament. So we don't know her backstory at all. But let's see. She's a ritualist. So we're actually facing off against. Oh, I don't know why I did companionship there, but. Uh-oh, she's doing a lot of damage there. Oh, I didn't do that in time. That's annoying. Wow, she does a ton of damage. Make her bleed. Oh, we did it. So Xandra says, "Curses, you've beaten me fair and square. I guess it's true that there's always someone better than you out there. My mother sent me to the foreign land for my own protection and to seek new experiences. It appears I have finally found an individual worth following. My service are yours." So she actually joins our group. So there's Sin. We know Sin. She's one of the people. Who do we have here with Olaf? Olafson is hanging out. Pyre Fearshot. We don't know who that is. But he's out there. I'm gonna kind of scan over and see. So there's Olaf Olafson right there, and then there's Piers. And we don't know, right? As you guys can see, he's a Char, which is kind of mysterious. We have a mysterious Char out in the group there watching us, so we don't really know who that is. But Sin, we know Sin. Sin is the lady that you know, she's part of the main group of prophecies heroes that's been journeying through all the different lands and stuff like that. And she is like in love with Menlo. And during the factions campaign, she gets jealous because all these childhood friends of Menlo's pop up, and she's like, oh my god, all of these people are women, you know, and blah blah blah, and she gets like all jealous. But we're facing off against her. I'm guessing she's a fire elementalist. Fire spell happens when you play with fire. Yeah, we know that she's always, yes, Starburst is one of the abilities that she uses. She sets Ember on fire, which is kind of ironic. I'm gonna heal Ember a little bit. Oh, she's healing herself. Oh my god, she's really strong. Wow. Alright, yeah, so she defeated me, Inferno. She did so much damage. Really? Did you truly expect any other outcome? Be honest. Well, I didn't know. And this build is thrown together, and quite frankly, I don't even have Ember leveled up to level 20, so she's doing just fine.
Are you hunting something?
Alright, we're gonna go back in. There's
Are
a
you
specific
hunting
reason for that
something?
as well. So we met Xandra, but there's other people that we can meet. Egil Fireteller is back. Gunnar is watching too this time around. Sif is here too. Wow, we got some Norn legends hanging out. Both like all three of the big ones, right? We have Olaf is missing, right? If Olaf was here, it was literally all of them. But we have Egil here, Gunnar, and Sif hanging out with watching this battle. But it's a little Tom again. Let's see if this time we do better. Uses fire spells, which is still so weird. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think we're gonna lose again. No, come on. Oh my god. Alright, well, let's just lose against him. I don't think I can defeat him, honestly. Which is kind of sad, because it's a Warrior Elementalist, which is kind of a joke build or whatever. But I don't... Yeah, if she was like level 20, this would be a lot different because she would be doing just a little bit more damage, but unfortunately, oh my god, I just revived her right as that happened, too. That was funny. Yeah, and having just like one attack skill. Armor doesn't do much there. Alright, just to feed me. We can move on with our life here. It's weird that we get Little Tom again, because there's a lot of enemies that you can face. There's a lot of different enemies that you could be facing. In order for us to get to the point where I would be facing off against... I want to get to the point where I can face off against Magni the Bison. But, you know... I just have to get like my pet to level 20 and get some more different skills and stuff. Like I can use PvE abilities in here, so those are really strong and they help out a lot. And there's some really good ones later on that we're gonna get. And then I'm definitely gonna attempt to maybe win against him. But for now, I'm trying to kind of see Lo Sha. Remember, Lo Sha is one of the henchmen as well. No one on that spectator side, and no one here either. No one's watching this battle. Okay. No, I mean, there's spectators, but none of the ones that we know about. Oh my god, he healed himself for so much. Yeah, I should definitely had like some kind of motivation or something on me. I mean, it's like something that gives me health maybe. I'm not sure. I don't want this. I think that's dumb. So maybe have something that since this echo is replied every time a chant or shout ends on that ally. That's a lot of. Every chant or shout ends on target. I mean, I don't use that many chants, so. Like maybe if I put something like that. I'm also thinking like, is there Beast Mastery? There's nothing. That might not be the best either. Is there really no other abilities, like pet abilities that I can have? I'm trying to make like a halfway decent build right now. I mean, I only have a level 14 pet, so that doesn't really help. To be honest.
Who goes there?
You can try that. That might actually work out really well. This is a disrupting. So I'm gonna do that instead of this. So this is your animal companion attempts a disrupting lounge that deals +6 damage. So the damage, whatever, it's not that great, right? But if the attack strike a foe using a skill, that skill is interrupted and disabled for an additional 20 seconds. In a one-on-one battle like that, that might actually be really good, because if we chance upon being able to interrupt like a healing skill, then they can't use that healing skill for 20 seconds. So in 20 seconds, I can like, you know, attack them more and more. So hopefully this will kind of help out a little bit. I don't know, we'll see.
Who sent you?
Let's try it again. We're not running out of money, but we've put a lot of money towards this. There's Kilroy. So they're all over on us here. Herda, which is weird that it says Earth Henchman, is watching us as well. Gunner is here, and that's it. Kilroy Stonekin. So Kilroy is a dwarf, but he was made, he is the Guild Wars 1 representation of Leroy Jenkins. They made this character after the whole Leroy Jenkins thing happened in WoW. They created this guy, and he yells his name just like Leroy Jenkins does, where he's like, Kilroy Stonekin. And yeah, so that's his whole thing. We're gonna learn a little bit more about him. Maybe even today, we're gonna see. He says, Kilroy Sucker Mouth Sucker Punch. Alright, whatever. Dude, he's doing so much damage. Attack my pet. I'm gonna die. I died. Alright, he's really good. Yeah, I need to get some PvE abilities, and I need to get Ember to level 20 for sure. There are two ways to win a fight. There's the right way. What does he say? There's the right way, and the Kilroy Stonekin way. Doing it my way is just a lot faster. Okay.
Never anger a Norn.
Try one more time. Oh my god, it's little Tom again. I don't want to deal with him. I really want to get to like what I wanted to show you guys, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. Might have to save that for next time. Alright, anyways, we're gonna lose this, and I'm not gonna whatever. So that's fine. We did one of them. There's another, just so you guys know, and we're gonna attempt that at some point once I have, like I said, level up a little bit and gotten some other stuff. But there is another character that you can unlock. Okay, so there's another character that will so that was here. I'm trying to remember where everything was blazing. Was here. We had nothing to fear. Oh yeah, I think fear there. And then I had, what was this? It was this one, right? Yeah. This one right here. Okay. So anyways, so we have Xandra. Okay, so Xandra is now in our party. She is a ritualist, and she tells us, "Oh yeah, I wanna journey with you. You're strong, and my mother sent me here." So we don't really know what that means. And yeah, so she kind of is this weird, interesting character that kind of got kind of shoehorned in there, and she's kind of here. I'm gonna make her a channeling magic is really strong in Guild Wars 2, and there's Signet of Spirits, so we're doing a Signet build for her. So what do I want to do? I want to do maybe Bloodsong is good, right? That steals up to, yeah, this is really good. Bloodsong is good. Yeah, this is kind of good. And then maybe Spirit Siphon. Would be for energy. I'm trying to get energy management here a little bit. There's a lot on Ritualists. They have a lot of energy management. Ooh, I want to do, what's that called? There's a was it Kuozao Shen? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Target foe and all nearby foes suffer a -2. When this hex is applied, these foes take, if you are within the reach of a spirit or corpse. Oh, I think I like that. 17 seconds health degeneration. When this hex is applied, these foes take 42 damage. So that's kind of nice. We have Splinter Weapon, which this is a weapon spell that you can put on an ally. Target allies next 4 attacks deal 41 damage to 4 adjacent foes. So let's see. Because you attack faster. Foes struck with effects of a weapon spell, you deal an additional. I want to do like Spirit Burn. You cause burning. Gain health. Renewing search for 8 seconds. Target foe suffers 10 each second. When this makes you gain 5 energy. Ooh. 7 energy. I kind of like that if you're so this is like kind of guaranteed, and it's for 8 seconds, so it does 80 damage, which is not bad over that time. I think Spirit Rift is interesting because it causes cracked armor. It just takes after 3 seconds, so it's 3 seconds if they're standing around, but it's kind of nice because the destroyers are super tanky and they stand in one place for quite a while, so we're gonna try that out. But that's not, so I just kind of threw that together again, you know, whatever. We're gonna see our final team. I'm gonna kind of have to like stitch together from all the different heroes that we've gained, and then get them pets and stuff. And I kind of want to get to the point, like, she's probably gonna be in our group, whether or not she's gonna be a Signet of Spirits hero, which she is right now, which is this, which summons 3 different spirits that do 17 damage. You know, it's a really powerful elite skill. Whether or not that's what we're doing, I don't know yet if we're keeping her that way or if she's going to be actually a restoration healer. We don't know. I don't know yet, but we'll see. All right, so Haunted, is that Xandra with you? I've been meaning to have a word with her. Spirits have become restless of late, attacking the people. These are not the animal spirits of the Norn, no, but something different. Human spirits filled with rage. Their worst attacks occurred in Varaja Fells, and I simply have no time to run around hunting ghosts. I have a tournament to run. So, it's pretty much we're because she is a ritualist, investigate the spirit sightings. So, he's kind of like saying, hey, can you take Xandra over there and figure out what's going on? Like, that would be really nice. Thanks. So we're gonna do that. I'm gonna add all my friends back in. Gotta have all my Paragon. Okay, actually, let's do this. Let's do the Paragon friends. We have General Morgan, Raza, and Haida. Still don't know how to pronounce that. That's okay. Then we want to take Xandra with us. And she might become a permanent member. I know she's not part of the story and stuff, but really need her. Ogden as a healer. I want Vec for the conditions, that always helps, and Jin, who was also set up to be my speed boosting person. So, all right, so that's way over here. We can actually go from Olafstead. So let's do that side quest. And yeah, and I might stop after that. I might do the side quest and then stop after that, and then tomorrow we'll do something else, and we'll continue next week with both the challenge run and the well, it's a challenge run and with Guild Wars 1, right? So, you know, trying to stretch the content as much as possible. I don't want it to be over quite yet. I think we're having a really good time. I'm having a really good time for sure. So spirits are appearing all around the Varaja Fells, and we have to go find out what's going on. So let's do that. And that'll also help a little bit Ember level up. Like I said, if I'm going to go into that Norn, having a level 20 pet would be really nice. I think that would be something, I think that would be really, really nice to have, so. Because then actually having these abilities and stuff that enhance my pet will be really helpful, because she'll be the main damage dealer, and I could probably get some extra spells as well as I go through like the other regions. You know, specifically like prophecies will have a lot of ranger skills, pet skills and stuff. So as I go through prophecies, you know, offline, like not on stream, you know, I might be able to look into some spells there and get some nice pet spells and really go in as a Petmaster to, you know, to be able to do the tournament later on. Alright, we have to move up here. Not Frozen Lake. I was gonna say, I think it's a Frozen Lake, but it's not. Some of these lakes are frozen, some of these are not. Maelstrom is not good. Don't want to be hit by that. You guys can see it. Like the stuff that I get hit by, you can kind of see it down there, like AoE wise. If I stand close here, you can see Maelstrom. And it does, as you guys can see, ticking damage. But it also interrupts every time it hits me with that, which is super annoying. So it does like interrupts. Yeah, but here's the ice imps. This is where I think the majority of ice imps are like over here. You guys can see there's a ton of them right here at this like lake over here. Because there's more over there and stuff. And we're dealing with frozen elementals and alright, let's attack that. Alright, there's Tanto the Grim. And Zandra says, I sense a soul filled with anger. Tanto says, you. It is you with the heart that sings of regret. Delicious regret. And the spirits of regret are going to be summoned. I can take the pain away, traveler. You lost your home and family. I will devour the memory. I require only your soul. So we have these weird evil spirits. Spirits of regret being summoned. Again, could this be part of the like mountain, the spirit of mountain, or something, or spirit of darkness maybe that's lingering in the mountain somewhere? You know, like I've never seen a spirit with such malice. Stories speak of rituals so powerful that spirits are drawn to them, but this seems different. It seems to have an interest in me specifically. Okay, so the spirit isn't drawn to her because of her power. It's drawn to Zandra for whatever other reason. There's like a different reason for it. We don't know. So we have to dig deeper. We have to follow what's going on. So we have to go across there. There's some centaurs on the other side of the river. Patrolling around. Bonus. Did we ever talk to Helming over here?
Never.
Oh, we did not. We walked by him. But I guess I was too busy looking around. Never talked to him. Like right in the middle, we get attacked by freaking. Ooh, we have a mod near arm. Maybe something good? Oh, we have another. Wow, we've been getting a lot of Dervish and Necromancer. So again, now we have 2 of these Undertaker ones. That's crazy. And another mysticism one. A lot of runes here. Did we take... We haven't taken Livia into our group again. That's really funny. Alright, what do you collect?
Who sent you?
He collects... my helm is sturdy, but it lacks pizzazz. It needs horns. The bigger and pointier, the better. Soon all of the Frozen North will be talking of their size. Bring me 5 berserker horns. Alright, so we're still in the middle of battle apparently over here. So let's hunt these guys down. Oh my god, we're fighting all of these enemies. Can we just move on, please? We're gaining a lot more points though, as you guys can see. And we get a little bit for doing this. Oh no, we get 15,000 experience. So sometimes when you do quests for Norn in the area, you know, for any faction, you might get that points in that faction. It's usually not a lot. It's usually not like 1,000 or something. It'll be like a couple hundred or something, I think, is you can gain usually for those. But yeah, nonetheless, nice. Ooh, Modnier Rogue. While affected by enchantment skill, I think that's for Monk. Oh no, that's just okay. All right, we have Shadow. Oh my God, we have a lot of. We're right in the middle of like a huge group of enemies. These guys haven't come to us yet, but we're kind of facing a lot of enemies here. But I might be able to apply this while affected by an enchantment spell. Does Ogden use enchantments? He does. I might give him that. You know, I can always override it with something better. You know, it doesn't really matter because it's just nice to have some extra things in there. He died. He didn't heal himself like at all. He also doesn't have any energy, which is kind of annoying. Oh my God, the other group got involved. What is this symbiosis? Symbiosis isn't the problem. Okay, it doesn't matter. We're defeating so many enemies here. It's kind of nice. Because it gives us a lot of points, and the more Char we the more Norn we talk to at the Resurrection Shrines, the more points we're gonna get. Like, the more enemies you know, when you defeat 25, they give you like 20 Norn points, right? But if you defeated like 100 enemies, I'll be like, oh yeah, here's like 100 Norn points. Like, it's crazy. So it goes up, like, as much as like the enemies, defeating the enemies. But yeah, we got a lockpick, so that's always nice. So while we're out here, we might as well fight some of these, right? Do we have a shaman as a healer? So we take him out. Let's take out these berserkers. I want to deal with these guys. Take this and this. Didn't land properly, but. Yeah, we've already slain 60 enemies, and we haven't even, like, finished this quest, like, at all. Oops. Yeah, I kind of emptied my friends list, because honestly, I'm gonna tell you guys, like, I don't even remember. I took a look, like, a few months ago at my friends list, and I'm like, I don't even know any of these names. Like, I'm so bad with names, and it's been so many years now, I just removed everyone from my list. Because I was just like, I don't know. I literally was just like, I don't know. I don't know any of these people, and I feel bad because I'm like, you know, I've had great experiences with them, but many of them haven't been online in years and years and years. I got kicked out of the guild I was in anyways. Which is not, I'm not mad about it, but like they literally told me beforehand, like when I joined, they're like, yeah, you need to be active, and I haven't been active, so they ended up kicking me out, which is totally understandable. I get that, you know. But yeah, there's active guilds, by the way, you guys. I mean, it's, you know, if you guys ever like are wondering about Guild Wars 1, like should I play it or whatever, it's definitely worth it, 100%. If you want to play, like, it's a great single player game. Even you can play. Oh, we got rank 2 here. Nice. If you ever want to play, like, this is good for solo. You don't have to play this with other people, but if you have other people that play it, that's even better. You know, but as you guys can see, I play this completely solo. You can completely solo this, and there's a lot of content in this game. If you get all of the different stories and the campaigns and all of the stuff, I mean, you guys know, if you add all of the streams that I've done about Guild Wars 1, like our playthrough of Guild Wars 1, ooh, look at how the screen is kind of warped, because Tanto the Grim is back. I'll read that in a second. But yeah, it's, you know, if you take all of that time to, like, there's a lot of content, and I haven't even shown you guys, like, there's so much to this game that I haven't shown you even in the other regions. I kind of moved on from that, you know, but there's a lot. So but even then, on top of it, there's also oh, Spirits of Sorrow now. There's also the like the active side of the game, right? There are still people playing the game, right? Like, there are still people playing Guild Wars 1, so you can find guilds and you can find people to play the game with, enhancing your experience of it, right? It's not just a single player game that you can play through and learn about the world of Guild Wars 2, but it's also like you can find friends that you can play with, right? Like, or maybe even convince your friends that, you know, you're already playing with, to help you or join you or whatever. All right. Anyways, so the warpy effect is from the haunted ground. The air around you grows heavy, laden with a sense of foreboding. You can feel the presence of something, almost seen from the corner of the eye, but never there. Right? Very creepy. It's a very creepy vibe. Remember, and I didn't talk about that in this video, the area that we're going to is the area that we found the spirit that spoke this other language, right? I talked about that earlier. The other language that was spoken, I made a whole video of it. There's like this whole quest line that you can do in Eye of the North, actually, where you follow this Asura that's trying to like do these experiments or whatever, and he has like he's following this message, right? And as he like follows this message, you actually end up coming down here, and he gets this cryptic message, and he's like, okay, this is it, right? And then he translates this message, which is like this cipher that you have to use to, like, you know, it's just a simple substitution cipher, but once you translate it, it actually talks about like this land far away, awakening, blah blah blah, and people for a long time thought it was ore, right? And we didn't really find the answers that we're looking for there, right? Or we never really got the answers as to like what they were talking about in this message. In Guild Wars 2, I mean. In Guild Wars 1, it's just this mystery that was kind of there, but this language that was spoken, again, we find these spirits out here in Varaja Fells, you know, and even now we're dealing with these spirits, and we're gonna read what these spirits are saying, you know, in a second. I'm gonna read all that, but remember, like, we find that spirit with the different language here, and then later on in Guild Wars 2, we go into the Dwarven Fractal, and there is these shadow creatures, this voice that takes over these different creatures that's speaking in that same language, and there's like, we don't really know what the mystery there is, right? We don't know like what's the connection, why is it there, what's the reason behind all of that, you know? Is it something human related, like human god related? Because, you know, if Or is really involved in all of this, right, like this might not even have to do with the Elder Dragons. This might have to do maybe with something the human gods, right? Because we meet these human spirits here. And also, just so you guys know, the spirits of sorrow and regret actually exist in Guild Wars 2. When you go to Or, in some of the shrines and temples around the gods, you will see these spirits that are hanging out, and they are called like regret and sorrow, just as these are. So there's a little bit of a connection between the human gods if you kind of follow the different points, a little bit of evidence as you go along. You can kind of see, you know, the spirits around here speaking a weird language, kind of hinting at or it might not be or it might be something else, might, you know, whatever, we don't really know. But then it's connected to the dwarven underground, you know, which again could speak towards the spirit of darkness, spirit of mountains or something, one of the evil spirits, one of the malicious spirits out there, that's like the opposing force to the spirits of the wild, you know, the regular ones that we know. But also having like a human connection with these human spirits that have the same name as the spirits that are around the temples and Aura and stuff in Guild Wars 2. So there's this really deep mystery that is that is still existing in the world of Guild Wars, and we don't really know what the end game to that is. Like, are we gonna find out what's going on there, or like what's, you know, what's the connection, what's the resolution to this mystery, if we ever get one, right? But yeah, so we come to this dark area in that video about the other spirits of the wild, or this message. Actually, I think it's like the video is called like something like other language or mysterious language or something. But yeah, it brings us to this area here where these phantoms are. It's really dark, right? It just got really, really dark. And there's these dead trees everywhere. Okay, and then earlier when we met Tanto, right, this is the spirit right here, it says, "Let me feel your sorrow, let me strip you away until there's only pain and emptiness, endless pain, so sweet." And Xehanort said, "What call is there for this? Why do you seek to harm innocence? Answer me, spirit." And Tanto says, "I wish only to kill you, child. I served Kivros, your grandfather. After his death, your mother Juno took everything from me, everything except this pain that will not end, and an escape that will not come." And then Tato says, "I would see you deprived of everything she held dear before she too joins me in this endless misery." And Xehanort says, "My mother? What do you know of my mother?" And then we have to fight the spirits of anguish and Tanto. Actually, we have to defeat Tanto the Grim. But she says, so as we venture here, she says, "Spirit, it is time that your bonds to this world were severed." And Tanto says, "Tainted blood runs thick, witch. You're doomed to share your ghastly mother's fate. You shall slay her as she killed Kivros." So Kivros being her grandfather. So something about Juno, her mother. And Juno is a character that we did meet in Guild Wars factions. Remember, she's one of the Turtle Clan leaders of the Luxons, and we did meet her. She's one of the captains. You guys can go back to that playthrough and look through there, but Juno is actually a character that we meet. She's just a random character that stands around. She doesn't really have any dialogue or whatever. I think she does mention her daughter or something, but this is never elaborated until Eye of the North, where we actually meet her daughter, and she joins our group right over here, Xandra. So Xandra says, "You may have been wronged, but we're more in life than the sum of our mistakes. Regrets belong to the living. Let me bear them. Ease your burden and move on. It is not too late for you to change your path. There can be peace for you in the afterlife if you abandon your malice." And Tanto says, "Peace, peace." And Xandra said, "Yes, peace for all of you. It is possible." And Tanto Grim says, "For what you did, there can be no peace, only suffering." And then we defeat him. "Is this why Mother sent me away? To protect me from the vengeance of her enemies, or to protect her from suffering the prophecies of these dead? Though ritualists spend lifetimes communicating with spirits in the past, I understand now. I cannot let that shape what is to come. No matter that I am exiled, I dwell no more in the past. Looking to the future, I swear I will honor my family and my clan." Oh god. So that's it. So that's kind of the end of the quest there. We kind of find out a little bit of the backstory to her. We still have the haunted ground, which is making our vision a little blurry, and like everything's kind of moving around a little bit. We have some skeletal priests here, so let's interrupt these guys. I don't know what's going on here. They're doing some kind of ritual. But as you guys can see, this little area of the world is very much like, again, it's just south of the area that we can see in Guild Wars 2, so we are not really able to ever come here. Another lockpick, nice. going on here? Hello, can we join? Ooh, and we have a boss spawn, Niffling the Chained. Let's see, we're probably gonna die to these guys. Oh my god, they're strong. He's a healer too. That doesn't really help, does it? Does not really help that. Do we have healers in here? Oh, we have a priest. Okay, we have a couple of interesting people. I might just move on with my life here. I'm not gonna worry about that. So anyways, we got that. So now we can go back to Magni and tell him that yes, these spirits are taken care of. We kind of defeated the guy that was haunting Xandra. Thank you for aiding Xandra. It is a shame that I did not get to vanquish the spirits myself. These ritualists are like the Norn in some ways in their connection to the spirits. I hope this fight has strengthened your nerves for combat in my arena, and you get 15,000 experience points. So we definitely get a skill point out of that, which is really nice. I think 15,000 is like... I think 15,000 is like exactly a level. Oh no, it's not. It's not even close. Well, maybe it is. I think this is all of the experience that I've ever earned. But it says 2,000 more to level up. So this little bit is 2,000. So 15,000 I think is exactly a level that you get out of that. I think, I want to say, I don't know, but I'm gonna see if I can get rid of these runes because I don't need that, and I don't need this one. I don't think I'm gonna use that on anyone. So, but there's Kilroy. Just so you guys know, there's Kilroy right there. We're gonna talk to him. I said I'm gonna finish this, but I'm gonna do a couple things here before
Who sent you?
I move on with my life. So let's see, the Undertaker. Oh wait, we have 2 of these. Oh yeah. But I'm trying to get rid of these. Ooh, the mysticism one is 1 platinum. We can do that. That's good. Minor death magic, and I think these 2. I'm gonna kick out Xandra real quick, just for a second. I think I'm gonna keep her in, but I'm gonna give Livia these, which is as her health gets lower, she actually gets more defense. That's kind of nice. So, but she might join our team at some point. Like I said, I'm gonna have to kind of move around some stuff and see who I want with me. Right now, I'm gonna take Xandra with me. All right, let's talk to Kilroy. So Kilroy is here with the Dwarven Recruitment Officer.
You seek the dwarves?
So that is the other rank that we're gonna get, right? So the ranks that we're gonna get, just so you know, the reputation ranks that we can level up in Eye of the North, are gonna be the Asuran reputation, the Norn reputation, the Daldramore one, and the Ebon Vanguard one. So those are the 4 that we're going to be dealing with. Hi, how are you, Uber Officer? Welcome. Welcome. But yeah, so that's the 4 that we're going to be dealing with. So the Dwarven have their own title as well, and I kind of talked about that in the first episode, but this is Kilroy. Looks really cool for Norn. I really like his design. Solo quest. I've been training with these Norn to learn the ways of brass knuckle brawling. I gotta say, them big fellas can fight. To them, you're nothing but a clown. But I'll teach you what I've learned so you can jump in the ring and tangle with the best of them. Here, take these brass knuckles and crack a few skulls. It's good for the constitution. I have the North's best expansion. It depends. So a lot of people say factions is their favorite to play through. For me personally, I've talked about this. I think Eye of the North is my favorite because I think Eye of the North kind of opens up a lot of things. Kilroy rules, yeah. So I enjoy Eye of the North a lot. A lot of people will say like, oh no, factions is better. While factions is great, and the environments are awesome, I think content-wise and story-wise and lore-wise, I think I like the Eye of the North because it's so expansive and there's so much going on. I really like it. So we're dealing with where brass knuckles. Take these brass knuckles. So we have, I don't know if we actually get brass knuckles. I didn't finish selling stuff. I wanted to sell stuff. Jesus, not shell stuff, sell stuff. But Kilroy's cool. So we're gonna do his first quest. Oh my god.
Never anger a Norn.
She looks weird, doesn't she? the hat looks kind of strange.
Why are you here?
Are you here? I want to look at your weird hat. That's why. I'm gonna sell all of this. Alright. Alright, let's do that quest. Let's do that quest and see.
Hail, human.
Alright, so we go. So we have a new set of skills. We're gonna be Brawler. Stance. For 2 seconds, you block the next attack. So we're actually at the Norn Arena here, and we actually have to punch people. I think that's what's supposed to happen. Do I not? Oh, I have brass knuckles right here. I was gonna say, don't I have brass knuckles? Well, we actually have brass knuckles. I was gonna say, I'm like, wait a minute, what? Why can't I? So you actually have to brawl your way out. Boom. 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 Bam. Alright, got it. Next one. I was gonna say, I'm like, did we get brass knuckles? We did get brass knuckles. Go. Oh my god, it looks so weird how the Paragon fights in this. Bam. Go, go, go. Come on. Undo. Hiya! Oh, I got 2 this time. Oh boy. Hiya! Hiya! Bam. Yeah, look at that. Nice. You gotta chain them together. Ooh, he interrupted me. Knock him down. And boom. And boom. There we go. Oh, now we got 3, you guys. We have 3. We gotta focus on just 1. Oh, they don't attack right away. I do the block thing right away, but it's literally like... Yeah. Uh-oh. 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 Can we do this? Oh. Every time I defeat one, I get 200 health, though, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, your mama was a mountain goat. You talking about my mama like that? Yeah. We killed them all with brass knuckles. The way, look at the way that it's so weird. Like they all have different poses based on what they like what class they are or whatever. So anyway, so we did that. So that was just like we're learning how to use the brass knuckles. Punch the Clown was that quest, okay? So that actually gets me 100 Dwarven reputation points and a brawling headbutt skill. So we actually have that, which is a adrenaline skill. Your headbutt target touched foe. You headbutt target touched foe, dealing 45 damage and knocking down that foe if it hits. So again, this is kind of cool. You know, this is one of the PvE skills that I can put in. The higher you are in the Deltarune title track, the more damage you do with it. It goes up to like, I think pretty decent damage. Not really a skill that I want to use, but he actually has a dungeon that you have to do. This is but a solo dungeon. Now that your knuckles are dirty, it's time to put those skills to good use. Fronus Irontoe, the brother of a particular stone summit I loathe, has set up a camp nearby. He's commanding a pack of no-good filthy fighters. Take a whiff. Can you smell them? Let's give our fists a workout these Stone Summit hooligans will never forget. So, you're insane, Kilroy. I love it. So, we have this little solo quest we can do here. We actually have to go in and remember, we do know that some of... So, this is the lair, like, in the mountain behind Gunnar's Hold. But we do know there's the area map as well, so we can kind of see what's going on here. So we have these different whatever these are. There's just stars, and we have to go with Kilroy. I haven't seen friends in a long time. Can't wait to introduce them to my friends. So we actually have the brawling headbutt. We actually get this as a new skill that we can use in our brawling. But yeah, so this is kind of remember the Stone Summit exiles come all the way out here. We heard this way early on in Eye of the North that the Kilroy Stoked, and he just runs in, right? He's Leroy Jenkins his way in here, so he's just running in there, and we're going with him. We have a headbutt, boom, and with that, get him. Alright, boom, and we're fighting our way through. But remember, we heard this early on, and I keep getting interrupted, but early on we heard that there's Stone Summit exiles that are way out here in these mountains. So Kilroy has taken up the task of killing them, but they're all running away. They're like, oh my god, he's coming! Send the Etten in! This is the enslaved Etten that they have, so we have to feed him. But the rest of them are running away, they're all scared. It's like, we're gonna get ya. We're gonna get ya, right? Kilroy gives me, he also has like a little shout of himself that actually helps me with like energy management and stuff like that. Alright, going in. Get him! Say goodbye to your teeth. It's time to say goodnight, Kilroy, is what one guy said. I don't see that happening. Wow, we did short work of them. Alright, some stone wolves here. They're coming for us. That's fine, I'm not worried about these wolves. No reason to be worried about these wolves. Bam, bam. Punch him. Poke him, punch! Wow, Kilroy died? Really? What the hell, Kilroy? Why are you so weak? I'm gonna kill these guys first. Uppercut! KO'd. KO'd. Just gotta keep blocking. That's the key. You have to keep pressing the one button to keep blocking. Bam! Wow, I did 162. Holy crap! All right, yeah, Kilroy. I'll do it all myself. It's fine. So there's like a little fun little dungeon you can go through. I'm just doing that because I think it's super fun. You can be like a little boxer. I mean, obviously it looks kind of awkward on a Paragon. I think warriors probably have the best stance. I just leveled up. Alright, so we after this guy Fronis. Apparently Kilroy doesn't like him. He's like, well, I'm gonna come for Fronis, my big bad. I don't know if Fronis Iron Toe or whatever is like a WoW reference at all. Cause I know that Kilroy is like that reference, but I don't know if there's like, if Fronis is like also like a WoW reference or something in some shape or form. I'm not sure. I don't know that. If anyone knows that, let me know. All right, we have a lot of them down there. Ooh, I can open this. I have a lock chest. And I lost. Ooh, I got Stone Summon Spalder. Where did he go? Where is he? Oh, he's behind me. Identify this. Water magic +3 and another one of the blessed things that we had earlier. Alright, go, go, go. Yeah, you can't defeat me. Bam. And then more of them join in the fight. So the faster you defeat them, the better. Because they're gonna keep bringing more enemies out. And I don't know if it's based on how many enemies you defeat, or if it's based on time. I think it's based on time. So they just keep coming and keep coming. We're doing pretty good, actually. I remember this being kind of tough, but I don't know, maybe hard mode is tough. I think you can do this on hard mode. Maybe? Not sure. Or I think there might be a stronger version of this quest. We'll have to see later once we finish this. Yeah. Wow, one attack. Wow, we're doing really good. Boom, boom, boom. Look, guys, we're fighting our way through. We're getting a lot of loot here. Ooh, nice, nice. Spear mastery, hell yeah. That's great. That is a fantastic item that I just got here, you guys. Because we have Survivor. I'm gonna try to get the spear mastery. Ah, I wish I would have gotten the other one too. That would have been nice, but oh my god, Kilroy is dead. Yeah. 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 Dead. Alright, so we have actually a boss here. Lieutenant Magma. Again, I don't know if that's like a WoW reference at all. No. I gotta attack this guy. No! I keep getting interrupted. Oh my god, stop! What in the world is going on? I got KO'd, you guys. I lost. So much to it's easy. Hello? Oh. You got knocked out. Alright, I'm gonna try this again. I wanted to end the stream, but I'm kind of like, you know, that Red Bull's like really pumping into my blood now. It's like killing me from the inside. My body's like, help! And I'm like, no, it's fine. We're doing great. We're doing great. But this is really cool. So we can actually give this to Haida, who's our spear mastery girl, right? She's using all the spear attacks. All the spear attacks, and she doesn't have an attribute thingy. So we can give her that, boom, and she's gonna get 2 spear mastery. So it's gonna increase. Right now, for example, she's doing plus 25 damage and 9-second dazed on this, right? So once this go up, this is now 28 and 10 seconds. So this is like overall just really, really good. And I think it just does more damage. Like it doesn't spear mastery, increases damage and chance to inflict a critical hit. So she's now 14 spear mastery. So it's really, really good. Yeah, I guess we're gonna run back. Let's go back in there. We can do this. I'm just gonna, instead of talking, I'm gonna try to focus on actually winning this now. Because I need to, the thing is, for that battle against that lieutenant, I do need Kilroy to be alive for just a little bit. So what I'm gonna try to do is once we get to that, the little group where one by one they come out, right, like right over there, where one by one I'm gonna try to stay on the hill so that I can kind of recover a little bit with Leroy, like his health and stuff recovery, before we face that group, because that was the problem. We were facing off against that group and we were like almost dead by the time that we got like even started that fight. He was already like way low on health. I'm gonna try to avoid doing that. These guys are gonna run away. I don't know what they say. I still owe my money. Run for it. They still owe money. Say goodbye to your teeth. Alright, Kilroy, let's go in. Alright, here I gotta be careful again with the Stone Wolves. I'm gonna try to go for the Stone Summit again first, because they were the ones that they die quicker, so trying to get rid of the ads first, the ones that are easier to defeat. Bam, alright, so we got rid of that. So now we can focus on one wolf together. And maybe he won't, I mean, he's gonna die, which is totally fine, but... And bam. Wow, he didn't even die. Alright, I'm gonna try to run forward and attack these guys. Have them maybe pay attention to me first, so that he can kind of recover a little bit more health. Wow, and then he got immediately attacked. Super annoying. Boom. One after the other, after the other. We have another chest here I can open. Maybe we'll get something good out this time. Maybe I'll retain my lockpick. Yes, I did. What did I get? A holy rod. Trash. Yeah, definitely trash. Knock him down. And the uppercut. Yeah, if we can kind of stay on this side, maybe even, like, right? Like, oh no, 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 don't go down there. Oh my god, why are they going all the way back there? What is that? What is that all about? Because Killroy is gonna lose a lot of health in these battles for sure. We're getting a lot of armor here to each equipped signet. Not that I need that. But you could do that. That would be kind of good on a Mesmer. Because Mesmer have a really a lot of pretty decent signets. God, I'm fighting my way through here all by myself. Which I guess is kind of nice because Kilroy's dead, which means he's gonna come back at the end of this battle if I survive. And that'll help me against the lieutenant. Because then he's gonna be full health when he comes back. So it's kinda nice. You can't defeat me. Sorry, buddies. Boom. Tribal spear, skeleton shield. Alright, he's coming back. Alright, let's go attack them now. Yeah. And knockdown. Yeah. Alright, let's. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh my god, you can see that we were like body blocking each other. Wow, wow, wow. That's a lot of freaking health, dude. That guy's doing a ton of damage to me. Boom, we did it. Jesus. Oh my god. Alright, and there's Fronus with a Fronus Sunken, you son of a yak slapper. I don't know how you made it this far, but I'm happy to be the one to bury you. Allow me to introduce you to my friends. Lefty, righty, give our friend Fronus a proper welcome. Alright. Yeti. I don't know what the strategy here is, so we're gonna just have to try to. I'm gonna do the Etten first. Because I have a feeling that that's probably the way to go. Boom. Alright, let's go. Knock him down. Interrupt. And bam. Bam. Nice. Do it. Yeah, we did it. So this is actually a dungeon. So we finished the dungeon and we actually get a dwarven ale. I think there's other things you can get out of this chest. I could be wrong, but we actually get alcohol, which, you know, a reward in and of itself. Alcohol. We gotta wait 3 minutes now, which is kind of dumb, so I'm not doing that. And so we can kind of talk to Kilroy here.
You need me.
Did you see the look on their faces when we crashed their party? Fists of flailin'. I've not had a better time in years. Good fighting, Spearmaster Raleigh. I need to go ice down my fists now. I suggest you do the same. Boom. And so now we have, we even get another mission, which is a solo difficulty master. I've got good news. Word of our Fronus stomping got out. You've earned yourself quite a bit of respect. So much, in fact, that Bjorn Thunderfist, the brawling champion, has challenged you to a match. Will you face the brute in unarmed combat? Okay, so we get the brass knuckles, which is daggers. These are some daggers that you can get. So that's kind of, I think these, I don't know if these are like unique or not. I don't know, but you also get ear bite and low blow as PvE skills. So let's do that. So Bjorn Thunderfist, he's like the reigning champion. He wants to brawl us, but we learned the combo punch. You attack twice, dealing 50 damage each time. So that's kind of interesting. Last sound you will hear is my Thunder Fist crushing you to a pulpy mass. Blocking everything. It's so annoying. And boom, and boom. He's blocking everything. I need to keep blocking more too. I'm just not doing it enough. No, we're losing. Oh my god, you guys see how bad? So that's kind of where the strategy comes in. You have to shout out and knock down repeatedly to gain energy. So we can get back up. I didn't know that this was a thing, but apparently it is. He doesn't regenerate health, I don't think. Yeah. Interrupted him. Knockdown. Oh, he blocked it. No. So this is also the idea, right? Remember where downstate came from? Remember, downstate is like a very different idea. Could have done that earlier when I died, but I didn't realize I could do that. Totally forgot about that being a thing. You're so ugly, something something. What is it? It's the last? Yeah, no. I can't. You guys can read it, but I'm not really paying attention to that stuff right now. I'm trying to win. Did it! Ooh, yeah, so you can get up. So remember downstate, right? This is like the proto downstate, right? Where you're like down and you can press the button to get back up. So that it's really interesting that they had like these early concepts, right? In Guild Wars 1 that ended up being like a full-on thing in Guild Wars 2.
You seek the dwarves.
Har, Bjorn will be feeling that one for weeks. Perhaps you should change your name from Spearmaster Raleigh to Thunderfist, eh? I'll be laughing about this at the tavern tonight. Alright, we get all of this fun stuff given to us. So you get Ear Bite. Target touched foe takes 54 piercing damage and begins bleeding for 17 seconds. So again, this is supposed to be like in your face. This is really good for like warriors and stuff actually. Like warriors can go in, or like any type of melee character. I'm not really melee, so that's not really for me, but whatever. And then we have Low Blows. Strike target foe for 50 damage. If target foe is knocked down, that foe takes an additional 34 damage and suffers from cracked armor. So we get that, and we get these daggers, right? So we get the brass knuckles, or we can just have the Thunder Fist knuckles. So I think you're supposed to kind of keep them if you're gonna keep doing. I think you can keep doing this like dungeon or whatever.
Hail, human.
Yeah. So there's like different quests that you can do. Redo, right? Like Bjorn Thunderfist and now word got out. So now there's actually like an actual 8 different opponents in a row and try to feed them. Oh my god. So we can actually get an inscription, right? So if I were to like, because these are brass knuckles, so they do more damage now, but I need dagger mastery in order to use them. That's kind of annoying. So in order for them to actually do more damage, I would have to be a A dagger? I actually need some dagger
Never
mastering. So
anger
that's
an
kind of
orc.
annoying as hell. But anyways, I want to see. Is there no like? Can you
Who
can't
goes
buy
there?
inscriptions, right? That's not a thing. I don't think you can. So I would have to find an inscription on like a weapon or something that I could take out
Never anger
to add
an
in there.
orc.
But I'm not gonna use them anyways. I'm gonna keep them, just because they're interesting. You know, I'm gonna keep them as my trophy for this. And I might go in and just try out this tournament here as the last
Hail,
thing for
human.
tonight. So let's try out the punch out. Yeah, okay. Eight separate
You need me.
8 separate opponents in this punch out. Crimson Skull longbow. Remember, guys, Crimson Skull were the pirates of Saitong of the Qingji Island. Bam, bam. Knock her down and punch her in the face. And knockout blow. Oh, I thought that would end it, but it did not. Oh, hello, Starblade, also a Canton enemy. Remember, I gotta keep blocking. So it's kind of cool that they do this, right? It's like it's a little mini game that you can do, where you go in and you can kind of brawl, use different skills and stuff. Like I said, if I was an assassin, or if I could do a secondary coin and guard, random. If I could go in, and change my profession to assassin, which I can't do right now. I mean I could, but I could be even stronger because I could add I could use these other brass knuckles, and I could even get an inscription for them. From a weapon or something, and make them even better, so you'd actually really like specialize in doing this. It'd be kind of cool. I wonder if there's like some kind of build, like a warrior build or something, where you take all of those I think there's some kind of build where you can use some of these dwarven abilities on your. Oh my god, this guy! Jesus, he did so much damage. Okay, did. Oh my god. Oh my god, he healed himself. That's annoying as hell. Knock him down. Uppercut. My god. I need to interrupt him right when he does that. So we're gonna actually... I interrupted him. No. Oh. No! Come on, get up before he heals himself. Oh, he's gonna heal himself. Go. Where is he going? Go back here. Oh my god, he's slowly regenerating health. Go. Coward, no. Oh, we did it. High Lake. We got a green High Lake. Oh my god, we're doing pretty good. There's no real reward for this, right? There's nothing. They didn't say that there was any reward. I wonder if we get anything at the end of this. No. Ugh. Come on, do it. Oh, that was so close. I almost had him. Do it. Yeah. Oh my god, how many more? I've lost count. This is so stressful. Knock him down. Do the blocking stance. Knock him down. Knock her down. Oh my god, another. Oh, it locked it. Take that. Ugh. Nice. Come on. Do it and go. Yeah. Yeah, and boom. Do it, do it, do it. Yeah. Oh, we did it. Woohoo. Oh my gosh, that was stressful. We get this Armor of Salvation too. So I wonder, does he give me anything? So I got 120 Dwarven reputation points for that. Not a lot, but I wonder if we're anything. Oh, we are. We're actually level 1 with them. You're the greatest. Well, you're good. I'm the greatest. And that's it. That's all he does. So you can. I think once I do that, I can repeat that over and over again. Well, you know what? Let's.
You need me.
Furnace iron to. Any smell? So I think you can just repeat this. This is the dungeon that you can repeat over and over and over again. So we've done technically a dungeon, but it's kind of like this side dungeon, right? So yeah, so we won that. So we have this Armor of Salvation. I'm gonna put that in my bag. I'm gonna sell a bunch of things that I have here that I don't need. I'm gonna try to see. I don't think that's gonna go for a lot, but I'm gonna give that. I'm gonna give that to Ogden again. Get the other one. I'm gonna give him this one as well. Why not? Get it right there. I'm gonna add it there. We have a Dwarven Ale. Bring some alcohol.
Why are
let's
you
sell
here?
some stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna keep those. I don't think I can even sell. I cannot sell them. We're gonna keep those guys. And I think. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep that. That's not even good. Yeah, Armor of Salvation. So there's these consumables that are really. You can get. You can. I think there's certain ways to get them. You have to like buy them from collectors and stuff and whatever. Yeah, it's kind of blurry, as you guys can see. The vision is a little whoa from the alcohol, but that's these consumables. There's many different kinds. We have this one that we just gained, Armor of Salvation. Double click to grant your party members immunity to 50% of critical hits, plus 10 armor, plus 1 health regeneration, and damage reduction of 5 for the next 30 minutes. So this is heavily used with things like Essence of Celerity and Grail of Might and Power Stone of Courage and stuff. These are these like elite items that you use to go through some of the harder content in the game. There's some really hard content that you have to go through where you have to. I'm gonna put the brass knuckles in here just to keep it. I'll keep these on me for whatever, no reason. But yeah, so, and we're also now, shouldn't I, there is, I'll do that probably at some other point, but now that we are, Delver 1, so there's a Norn title that you can get as well, which is like an extra little thing that you get up top here that gives you a little bit of something. And I think, as far as I remember, the Norn one is against destroyers specifically. So that's why the Norn title is kind of important, because it really helps you as you go venture into the like depths later on at the end of the campaign where you fight against the destroyers, because having a high title with the dwarves actually gives you, I think it's like damage reduction from destroyers and more damage towards them or something. So that's kind of nice, and we'll probably get some of those as well. But yeah, anyways, it's pretty late. I've been live for 5 hours now, so yeah. Anyways, tomorrow, so like I said, tomorrow I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. My new video comes out tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about the Shiver Peak Mountains, specifically the central Shiver Peak Mountains, so this area around here. and because the southern I kind of have split off into a different video. But yeah, so this is gonna be about the dwarves, a little bit about how the Norn traveled down here, all that stuff. You know, Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, blah blah blah, whatever, right? So that's my new series going on, my regional lore. That video is coming out tomorrow. There's more videos, so that's video 3, and there's 6 more videos that are going to be coming out for that series over the next couple weeks. Awesome, thank you, Emily. I appreciate it. Have a good night as well. And yeah, if you guys want to become members, I would really appreciate that. That way you get a cool little badge like Emily has in chat, where you get like a little symbol there, and of course you get access to the emotes and stuff like that. So I wanted to point out, I want to look at something real quick before I go. I was gonna say, I'm like, can you guys even see what I'm doing? You guys don't have to see what I'm doing, but okay, yeah, okay, so that's on there. But yeah, anyways, so you guys can, I would really appreciate that. Of course, you guys don't have to, but I would really appreciate it. And I'll be doing something else tomorrow. I think I want to kind of take a break from Guild Wars, you know, kind of just do something else. I might continue my Elden Ring, or I might do like something completely different. We'll have to kind of see what I feel like tomorrow. But I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Maybe a little bit shorter tomorrow. But yeah, anyways. And there's other videos. Hopefully I can get some other videos done. And that way I can kind of, you know, just get more variety of stuff. Like, there's so much to talk about before the new release. So I hope you guys are ready for that. And yeah, thank you guys so much. I appreciate Uber Officer, Emily, and everyone else that was in the background. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys so much.